that you have to respect the time allotted. Is that? Did you get that? Did you get that, Mrs. Atwi?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right.
So we still have 5 minutes. That's fine.
And maybe we could agree that we don't have. Hello.
Mr. Zurgat.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi. We need Mrs. Zurgari and Mrs. Atwi and Mr. Kamel.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we need to agree that we don't need to interrupt any of the speakers. We'll tell them right from the beginning about that they need to respect the time. And
Sure,
just
yes.
before 1 minute, we're going to remind them that they still have just 1 minute. So if the interruption comes at the end of their presentation, this won't lead to any frustration, something like that. Is that, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, sure. Just like yesterday, we never interrupted them until the last few minutes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe we could so one of us is going to play that role, the timekeeper, either you or Mrs. Adwi or Mr. Kamel.
The session moderator can do that, I think, in my
Yeah, just like yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Maybe a brief summary. I don't know, a brief summary of the first day of the conference. What do you think about that in the opening speech of the conference?
Okay, we will. All right.
Maybe some of the speakers weren't with us.
Just tell
during
the
the first
audience
day.
that we received good feedback, etc. Is this what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, it was a success, and we congratulate them, and we welcome the new speakers. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, great. Maybe also we can also remind them of the Facebook group.
All right.
Mrs. Camille and my colleagues, all my colleagues who are listening, I'm sorry because I forgot to prepare the Google form for the evaluation. What do you think if we just put a poll on the page, kind of poll expressing satisfaction or dissatisfaction about the conference, a kind of poll that we put it on.
Well, I guess the Google form is better. I'm sorry. You can take some time. We can take some time. It needn't be right after the conference. That's fine.
No problem, Mrs. Zurgat.
Yeah, we could, Kamel, we could work on that and then post it on the Facebook page and get instant feedback later on.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
so
fine.
just after the conference, I will post it.
Yeah, okay. So took some time to design it. So they needn't give feedback instantly. I mean, immediately right after the conference. They can do that after some hours, right?
Sure.
Yeah, or even in the coming days. So
yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. So that's fine.
So,
I mean, that's better than a poll, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
How much time is left? So
Mr.
Can you see my screen or not?
Not yet, Mrs. Atwi.
Mrs. Atwi, I'm wondering whether you got a problem with the screen sharing, because this is what happened yesterday. We never saw your screen. Only once did I see it.
So what if one of you shares their screen instead of me?
Okay.
Try Mrs. Camelia, so in case Mrs. Atwi fails to share her screen, so you could do it.
Okay, we'll see what I can do. I opened the PowerPoint. It doesn't work. I'm trying again. Okay, if ever I'm still facing a problem, I'll just ask one of you to do that, right?
Okay, Mr. Kamel, do you have the PowerPoint?
You mean
you all got it? You all got it, yes.
Via email, you mean? The last
yeah.
One.
Can you download that and maybe if...
Hello there.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Quba.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Are you testing or anything?
Excuse me, I didn't get your message.
Are you testing sharing the slides or the PowerPoints?
Yeah, we are doing so with the first speakers. So maybe with you we can try that later on. So
Okay.
I could see that your presentation will be from 8:10 to or 8:15 to 8:35. Yeah, or
Yeah.
yeah. There's a slight change maybe in the there's slight change, Mr. Quba. So could you add 5 minutes so to the timing that you've received?
I will be waiting for my turn to deliver the presentation anyway.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Mr. Sherni,
Yes, Mr. Kamal, yeah.
concerning the presentation, I don't think that I will be able to share it because I'm using the iPad. And
I will try to download
Please
it.
do, Mr. Habib, please do, because I've been trying in vain.
Okay, I
otherwise
will
I'll
try.
bring the laptop if you
Got
have
it.
the difficulty.
And I
I'll
need to do it again, so.
I'll try to do that. I'll try to download it. We have a guest of honor, I think, Mr. Rashid Najjar. I have accepted him.
Oh,
Mr.
thank
Rashid,
you.
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Sila Habib. That's very
Hello,
kind of you.
Rashid. Hello.
Welcome,
And welcome.
Rashid.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hello, Sir
Welcome.
Rashid.
Thank you.
Hello, Sir Rashid.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello, Sir
Oh,
Rashid.
hi, everybody. Glad to see
This is a
you.
nice surprise, Mr. Rashid.
Yeah.
Right,
From
hey.
time to time, it's good to make a little surprise. Yeah.
How are you, Mr. Najjar?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Who is sharing the presentation right now?
Please
Is
do.
it
Please do,
Mrs.
Mr. Habib. Please do.
No, who's sharing it? Okay, I'm going to try to.
Yes, please.
So Anissa couldn't do that? Sorry.
Anissa, can I start?
No,
Yes,
please, just a second. Just a
Okay.
second. Okay.
Okay.
We'll wait for Mr. Habib to share the screen
Okay.
first.
Okay.
I mean, Mrs. Zurgati, why not her? Just sorry for the question.
Sorry?
Why not Anissa sharing her screen? I don't know.
Okay, we just said we are going to introduce first the event, and then we have
Okay.
this is Anissa, right?
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
just waiting for Mr. Habib to show the first slide. And
Fine.
What about could you see my screen? I've just
no,
Not
I'm
yet.
sorry. No.
okay. Just
Mrs. Lama, can you please try again?
Yeah, okay.
okay. I'm going to try. Yeah, I think it's.
We can't see it.
Can you see mine right now?
No. No.
Not yet.
No.
Nothing on the screen. Yes, I think it will.
Maybe now. Yes.
Just a moment.
Yes, I think it's fine.
Okay, fine.
That's fine. Okay, good.
Is it there?
Yes.
Is it there?
Yes, please. Yes, there it is. Okay, thank you.
Is it
Okay,
my
so
screen?
here we are. It's day 2 of our annual conference, U-innovate, endorsed by the Ministry of Education. I congratulate all colleagues for the impressive and first-rate work they presented yesterday. Well, actually, a blend of apps and tools and innovative ideas were shared, and that was so enriching and inspiring. We received actually excellent feedback on all the presentations from colleagues and from the Deputy Director of the General Inspector of Education, Mr. Najah Barah, as well. And that is really a great honor for us, all of us. Okay. Before we start, I'd just like to apologize for yesterday. I mean, for those who might have been frustrated because of time constraints. So please, colleagues, do respect the time. It's 15 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions, okay? And please stay with us, because if a speaker has a technical issue, another speaker might be asked to go before his due time, okay? Well, one recommendation for other participants, I mean the audience and maybe other speakers as well, to mute their mics and not to share their screens, please, because this might cause a problem to the speaker going on. Okay. Well, there you are. So we have moderators, Mrs. Lama, Mr. Habib, Mr. Kamel. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
yes, marhaba, Niskol. Okay, so the first
Maybe
speaker is Mrs. Anisa Ayari or Ben Abdallah. We
yeah,
have
okay.
Mr. Kamel to present her. Yes, please. There you are.
Let's show
Thank you.
the
Mrs.
agenda
Anisa,
first.
are you listening?
Excuse me,
Yes,
Yes,
before
I
yes,
am.
please.
we
So Mr. Habib,
start with the first speaker.
Mr. Habib
Excuse
shown
me.
slide 2. Yes, please.
Just
Mr.
a
Habib,
moment.
Let's
sharing your
show the
screen.
agenda
Please move
first.
on to slide 2, then 3, then 4, Mrs. Anisa.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so slide 2, we got the agenda. Okay, all presentations. Okay, well, we find out about them one by one later on. Okay, as we asked Mrs. Anisa to go on. So please show Mrs. Anisa's slide.
I think
Number 4.
I think I've done that.
Okay, you move on to slide 4, please.
It's already done.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. Well, Sikamel, so this is Mrs.
Yeah,
Anisa.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, so welcome everybody, and thank you, dear colleagues, for this opening of day 2. Now, Mrs. Anisa bin Abdallah. Right, are you listening, Mrs. Anisa, before I start
Yes,
presenting you?
yes, I am.
So welcome to our conference.
Thank you.
So I need to introduce you to the audience. Anisa bin Abdallah Ayari is a teacher of English in Munjislim Middle School in Sidi Rzig, Benares. She's been teaching young learners for 20 years now. Anisa is an active teacher who is engaged in innovative projects as a member of T-Earn and the initiative L'école à l'hôpital.
Yes.
She is also an SDG ambassador. She will give a presentation on the PBL journey. Am I right?
Yes, it is my own PBL journey, actually.
Good. So wish you good luck, Mrs. Anisa.
Okay,
You have
thank you very
20
much.
minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking everyone and thanking for giving me this opportunity. I'm sharing my screen. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, so
Nadia, can you try again?
To stop sharing.
I will try to
Okay.
stop sharing
Yes,
my,
okay,
It's
now
okay.
she can.
It's okay.
Okay.
is it okay?
my screen.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
Can't
Okay,
see
can
it
you see
yet.
my screen?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine. Go
it's
ahead.
already there. So
Okay.
you
Okay.
successfully do that. So good for you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to start by presenting my plan for this presentation. So I'm going to start by talking about my PBL and my teaching actually. And I'm going to show some examples, some photos of my classic projects and my club projects. Then I'm going to move to talk about PBL and technology and the close relationship between them and what technology has added to PBL. And then PBL during the COVID-19 crisis, the challenges of project-based learning in general, but mainly during the lockdown. And finally, I'm going to ask a question, which is a question that I would like my colleagues also to give some answers or to think about at least. What about the future of PBL in our classroom? So let's start. As a middle school teacher, I think PBL is something that we all know, teachers of middle school, since we have the privilege of this third hour, which is most of the time devoted to projects. And students are asked to work on a project. This is a must. Projects are indeed part of our classroom practices and evaluation system. So it's not something that we invent, something that we bring from outside the classroom into our classrooms. Even the ideas of the project and some deadlines are even founded in our books. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you, though there's some background noise, but we could hear you very well.
Okay. Hello?
Mrs. Van
Do you
Abdallah?
hear me? Yes,
Yeah,
do you hear me?
We
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you,
hear
but we
you
cannot
very well,
see
I
but
don't see my
slide.
screen.
yeah,
Okay,
but
just one second. Then, yes, I'm going back to what
share,
about now? Mm,
just let's wait a few seconds.
yes.
It's back, yeah.
Okay. Um, so, as I said, the projects are part of our classroom practices and our evaluation system. And the project ideas and some guidelines are even found in our books. So the trust is just given to this. The trust is only in the teachers to teachers' creativity to update the topics and the ways and the project's outcomes. Why projects? And talking about my own experience, projects prove to be very effective for learning. In fact, students, projects for learners, for both learners and teachers. For learners, projects are a true and real opportunities to practice. Learners finally find a context in which they use everything they've learned and go a little further in their learning as they are going to learn and to add to their knowledge along the way. Doing a project are the funniest and the happiest moments of learning. I consider them the moments where students are most engaged and most motivated. They are even able to do more than you give them to do, more than you ask them to do, and even more than you expect them to do. And this helps them get rid of all their fears of making mistakes, fears of coming into the class and present, and gain confidence, of course. And for teaching, they are also effective for teaching. Talking for myself, each project I design with my students is a pure moment for me to reflect on my own teaching. I try to see where my students do well, where they need more practice, where things went wrong, where as a teacher I need to give more time and more practice on some areas. I think that also projects is they build and strengthen the rapport between the students and their teachers. Since everyone feels cool, feels happy to work, so students and teachers got really closer, which is a good point and a good thing in teaching and learning context. They also help teachers to instill the core skills. We introduce them. We are all aware of the mass of training students and helping them gain those skills, the core skills or the life skills of the 21st century skills. But projects are moments for the teacher to instill them and to make them a habit in our students. They also, talking about my own experience, doing a project helped me to grow more daring about my teaching. I feel more courageous. I feel more able to try new things. I don't fear failure actually, meaning it doesn't matter if I fail, but I'm trying and I am doing better every time, which is good. So here I'm going to show some pictures of my class project. This is 9th form anti-bullying campaign for the 9th form students. Stop violence. So projects can range from posters, very simple posters. Here you can see it, but here there's a series of pictures drawn by the students themselves, and they came to talk about this a story picture actually, and the students came to present that story. And then a group of our students, this is an original song made by the students and applied in class just to as a way to stand up against bullying. Another picture. All these are designed by the students, of course. Another project, Saving Our Planet, 9th form students. All these are the projects of this year. I didn't want to bring old pictures, but these are taken this year before the lockdown, of course. Our beautiful Tunisia, this is a 9th form ISA project. And they are class projects. The International School Award projects are class projects. We need to do them in class, and they need to be linked and designed on the light of our lessons. So here we have our beautiful Tunisia, the traditional clothes, the SDG signs, since these are at the core of my teaching and my class also. And here you have, this is a screenshot taken from a video designed by the students as in the context of the anti-bullying campaign. So this is about violence at school, and the message is very nice, and it is a YouTube video that I can share the link after this presentation, of course. Here we come to the club project. This is a slide presentation of our project, Be Kind, Don't Leave Them Behind. And in the link I'm going to share later and in the slide presentation, you can see all the different steps the students went through, all the different outcomes the students were able to do and present. And it was a very, very nice project. Including a lot of emotions, a lot of work, a lot of learning also. Another project, this one is an twinning project. Our words to the word project. These were where the students included their messages of peace, love, a hope for better education. This is Malala without face, and the project is international. It is not linked to one face, to one race, to one part of the world. All the problems, the global problems are common. We share them all, and the messages were for the whole world, of course. And here you have the link of the video, of course. No need to go in detail about it. And you will see that, meaning all the different steps my colleagues talked about yesterday. These are the different steps respected in all the projects, whether they are done in class or done in the context of our English clubs. I'm moving now to talk about PBL and technology. I just want to point that PBL is something here before even the technology. The technology came to just add, to spice up the PBL learning, to add a new dimension to the PBL. So technology makes PBL more motivating for learners, which is true, since our kids are keen on technology. They master technology. So yes, they find themselves more motivated to use technology to realize their own projects. So they use it as a tool, and this is our role as teachers to highlight that point and to emphasize this, that technology is a tool to learn. A huge interest and efforts were devoted to offer trainings for teachers to be up to date with the new technologies, which is true also. And a lot of work is going on, and a lot of teachers are trying their best to learn, to try, and to be up to date with the new technologies. And they are trying them in class, which is something really very, very good. The scope of interaction has become larger and broader, which is true, because with the introduction of technology, with technology being added to project-based learning, the projects are, the scope is really, and the interaction has become larger. We can have projects with other partners across the globe. We were able to cross the borders and to reach other people and other students in other parts of the world. Some teachers got outside of the box and started to look for even more sophisticated ways to conduct the project. And yesterday, I was pleased and I was honored and I was happy to be a teacher and to see what my colleagues are doing and the nice projects they were able to present. They are really outstanding. And finally, almost all the technological devices are allowed to be used in classwork to conduct the project. Students are able to use their mobile phones, are able to bring their computers with them, are able to bring their iPads. Everything, every technological device that might help learning, students and teachers are able and allowed to bring them, which is facilitating the use of technology and facilitating the project-based learning also. I don't know if you are following me.
Yeah, we are following you. So please go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay.
So,
Yes.
to summarize everything, talking about technology and PBL, technology has become, so this is the conclusion that I drew, and I'm sure that all my colleagues have the same idea. Technology has become an important tool to conduct projects. We can now, and mainly now, we cannot conduct projects without using technological devices. We cannot, maybe this is very strong, but it is really hard for us to conduct projects without tools, okay, or devices. They help fuel the creativity of our learners and trigger their imagination. This is true also. And I don't need to explain it because we can all notice this when we think about our kids or when we think about our kids which are at school also. Create secure platforms to help learners establish connections and maintain interactions with others across our borders. And here I would like to focus and to highlight the word secure. There are a lot of secure platforms for kids to go there, to get connected to other students, to talk, to chat, to exchange files, to exchange photos, and with no fear, because parents can follow us, because teachers can always be there, because other teachers can also be there. So this is something very nice, like T-Earn, like It's Winning, and a lot of others that maybe I don't know, and I hope I will know in the future. Now, PBL during the COVID-19 crisis, we were all aware that projects are part of our teaching and learning. We know this, meaning there's nothing new about that. So they can't be ignored or just shut down because the school doors were shut. So we tried our best. Talking about my own experience, I tried my best to carry on with my project. I created, like my colleagues, I tried the Facebook, I tried the Messenger, I tried WhatsApp. I urge students to create YouTube channels in order to save our project. I didn't really succeed, but I managed to come up with at least one project and finalize one project during the lockdown. The crisis, but on the other hand, the crisis showed us that we're globally connected and that we are in fact citizens of the world. So we were sharing, we are all of us were in the same situation. All the teachers were struggling, all the teachers were suffering, and all the students and teachers were trying to find new ways and other ways to carry on learning and doing projects. Sorry. So many teachers like me and like many others kept working on their project and ensuring local and global interactions. Yes, I think we were able to carry on at least some pieces of work, not the whole work, but at least some parts of it was done. Teachers and learners relied on the social media tools to do so. So like I said, Messenger, WhatsApp, Zoom, Discord, and Teams. This is my first time on Teams, so I'm discovering it to finish the project, which is something very nice. Some examples of the projects that were conducted during the lockdown. Again, I'm talking about my own experience. So examples of projects, my hero project, which is an I-Earn project. And here we said, teachers the partners working on that project, we said that the students need some space to speak out, some space to share their feelings during the lockdown, to talk about their own experience, to be able to know that they are not the only people suffering, that there are other people, and all the students in all parts of the world are being through the same thing. So we created a Padlet, and we wanted the students to share their own feelings and also to celebrate the people they consider heroes during the crisis. And the Padlet was shared by Tunisian and Taiwanese students, and there were a lot of interaction, a lot of nice stories, and I was happy to see that the heroes in the eyes of the kids were their parents, were the nurses, were the people, the garbage men, the garbage the garbage man who came every day, taking risks in order to keep the streets clean, etc., etc. And there were nice messages, nice stories, and nice feelings to be shared. And then feedback, of course. Many of the students were also asked to share his post and to react and to say something. So this was the first one. The second one was COVID-19 and us, a T-Earner project. Students share their experiences, their feelings, thoughts, and advice with others. A lot of creativity came on the surface. Some students draw pictures. So here, this is a picture drawn by Taha Jwini, and others came up with videos. With,
1 minute ago, Mrs. Anisa.
Okay, so I'm done. I'm done. And here, others decided to write. To write a short story, and this one tried to share her story via a video. There were some challenges into internet accessibility and internet connectivity, digital literacy. Not everyone was able to use digital tools effectively. Difficulty to meet them together because of different time zones. Partners' responses and work are sometimes delayed. Difficulty to check and evaluate during that time. What about the future? These are some questions that, some points that maybe we should think about in the future. We should give serious thought to trainings on how to use digital tools effectively. Trainings. Internet connectivity must cover the whole country. PBL technology should be seen as a privilege. I hope all our kids will have access to them. And finally, I'm going to finish with this quote. One of the major advantages of project work is that it makes a school more like real life. So let's just keep life in our schools. And thank you all for watching.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That you are exactly on time. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Anisa. Yeah, Mrs. Anisa, I'm glad that the connection didn't fail you and the presentation went very well.
Yes, thanks very much.
Okay. Now, before I give the floor to some of the participants to ask you one or a couple of questions, maybe I need to summarize your presentation, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
All right. So it seems that you are adopting PBL in your teaching. You've talked about this in your presentation, especially in the third hour. And you have talked about your relationship with the students. You've mentioned the word rapport.
Yeah.
And it seems that you have a very good rapport with your students. That's really excellent, as your students react positively to the work you conduct with them at school, actually, in general. You've presented different samples of projects, classroom projects, club projects, international projects, such as My Hero project, connecting Tunisian and Taiwanese students. You are also integrating technology in your teaching to spice it up. And you've said that many teachers think out of the box, and by adopting this actually approach in teaching. You've said that we all, as teachers, aware that projects are part of our teaching and learning practices, so they can't be ignored. All right, just maybe the word aware, well, all teachers, it needs to be approved. Is it really enough to be aware or move to action? So that's good. Now, throughout this conference, we noticed that many teachers are really adopting this strategy of using PBL in their teaching. Thank you for the work and for the effort. Shall I give a chance for participants to ask you a couple of questions, maybe?
Yes, can I say something before moving on?
Please do.
Okay. I would like to say hello to Mr. Rashid Najjar. I will never thank enough that man.
Maybe he wants to say something. Yes, Rashid.
Yes.
Yes, Rashid. Maybe you want to say something. That's fine. because you
Thank you
know
very
about
much.
Mrs. Anisa and the work she's doing.
He's most
Well,
welcome.
hello everybody first, and then let me say that I've known Anisa for many years. She's one of the great teachers I have had in the area of Benares.
Thank you so much.
As she said, project work has become part of our teaching practices, and not only teaching but also the evaluation system. And everybody knows that project work has or should be allocated or allotted some mark in
Yeah.
the final mark at the end of the term. So project work is now with us. We have to
Yes.
we have to live with it. We have to accept it. We have to work on that. And I think it's very important to integrate technology. Although, as Anisa said in her presentation, technology sometimes is not always available to all
Yeah.
teachers in all parts of the country. But technology does not always mean something sophisticated. With very simple basic tools, we can encourage our students to use technology. We teachers, or you teachers, I'm retired now, uh, 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 should should think of ways of using technology. But mind you, there must be the added value of technology. Technology is not an end in itself. It's only a means. Okay,
Tool, yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Thank you very
So
much.
thank you very much, and
Thank
let's
you.
hear everybody else or somebody else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Surshit.
Okay, our next speaker is
Mr. Adel,
Mr. Adel Hazem.
you share
I'm having some
the
technical
screen, share
issue.
screen, please.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm having
everybody.
some technical issue. Mr. Hazem, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, Sahbib, your screen again.
I'm having some technical issue with the screen, so I'm going to share it maybe, but not now. Could you, Mrs. Zorgati, could you introduce Mr. Hazem?
Okay, if you wish. Okay. Well, so welcome, Mr. Adel. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Adel is a teacher of English in Merit Secondary School. He is studying for the moment towards a master's degree in English for Media and Journalism. He has participated in many EFL programs in Tunisia and abroad, including the Tech Age and IVLP programs in the US. In addition to his interest in ongoing professional development and educational technology, he is actively engaged in the civil society, and he was the executive president of GCI Tunisia area, and is currently the president of Merit Local Association of Nature and Environment. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Adel. His presentation is entitled Students but Teachers. Interesting title. There you are.
Thank
Yes,
you very
please,
much
Mr.
for the
Adel.
presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. At first, I should thank everyone for the opportunity. And I'm really glad to be part of this valuable work. So, shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Please,
Sorry,
please do.
Chair.
Yes, please
Okay.
do.
So, can you see it?
Not yet. Maybe in a minute.
To see it, it was there, but now we see you.
Now,
Yes, Mrs. Marawi, please.
the screen that was there was simply a slide presenting Mr. Adel Hajem. So that was my screen, not Mr. Hajem's screen. So maybe we're going to wait for his screen to appear.
Yes, please. Yes, Mr. Adel?
Is it there?
Not yet, actually.
Okay, I think I have your presentation. I'm going to try to share it. What do you think?
Okay.
I don't know. It's no problem for me, but I just modified it a bit. That's why.
Yeah.
I don't know which version you have.
I think I have the one of the versions. I'm not sure that it's the last one.
Just try again, Mr. Adel. Just try again.
I'm trying. Okay.
Yeah, I guess we should wait for Mr. Adel.
Okay. Mr. Hazim, Mr. Adel Hazim.
Okay. Now it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's already
Fine.
there.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so shall I start? Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, so my presentation is entitled Pupils but Teachers. Let me at first start by the aim of the presentation, which is in fact sharing a sustainable student-centered project, tapping on peer tutoring, and that could be adapted by other colleagues according to their teaching context. In fact, it's some kind of mixture between PBL and peer tutoring. To make things clear for the audience, I will just set the scene. In fact, the project is part of T-Earn, and I'm very happy to hear that another T-Earn member, Madame Manisa, was presenting. So it's part of T-Earn club activities in Merith School. The project started in the school year 2017-2018, and the target population is the primary school kids. Well, here you have a link. If you want to visit our Facebook page, you can visit it. Okay. So, what is the project or the concept? In fact, the club members teach English to primary school kids. This idea is inspired, of course, from the peer tutoring method. As you can see in the picture, we have those kids from primary school, different primary schools in the region, and we have the club members behind them. So at first, let me talk a bit about peer tutoring. This is the definition, of course. I'll just read it. It's so peer tutoring is a flexible peer-mediated strategy that involves students serving as academic tutors and tutees. Typically, a higher-performing student is paired with a lower-performing student to review critical academic or behavioral concepts. This is the definition of Walker and al. 2012. So we have different types of peer tutoring, same age or peer tutoring, cross age of peer tutoring, reciprocal, and class-wide. And if you want to know more about the issue, here is the link that can lead you to the article that focuses on the whole issue. If you want to know more, our case in the club in Merith School is, of course, a case of cross-age tutoring because of the difference of age between the students in my club and the primary school kids. Well, the rationale behind opting for peer tutoring in our club is that primary school kids lack opportunities to learn English outside the classroom. Then, primary school teachers sometimes have difficulties to teach English to those kids due to limited training in teaching English to young learners. Fortunately, lately things seem to get better with the ministry's plan to provide training in this area to them. But still, we have problems. I know many teachers at the primary schools here who really suffer and face lots of problems dealing with the English language. Then secondary school students need to improve their communicative skills, and this is an opportunity to do that. And also they need to revise the basics of the language, because sometimes they think they reached some kind of level and they forget about some basic points. So when they have to prepare the lessons and teach those kids, they will be obliged to go back to the basics and revise the rules to give lessons to those kids. And here, the situation becomes a win-win situation through that kind of cross-age peer tutoring. My students win that practice and the revision of the language, and the primary school kids win also and take advantage of the project. Well, the students' roles. I mean, here, my students in the club, what are their roles? What do they do? Well, they prepare the lessons at home. They bring them to the club in advance. And after that, we discuss those lessons in the club and agree about the final version. So every time we discuss those lessons in advance, and then we decide about the final version. And with our decision about the final versions, we agree also about the teachers. I mean, the students who are going to be the teachers. And those teachers, every time we have two students who teach a group of kids, only to teach, and the other members just sit behind and they watch, take notes, because every time after that we finish the lesson, we have 15 minutes in order to discuss things, in order to see what was good, what was not really good, etc., etc. So it's like a moment of reflection on what we have done. Feedback and evaluation, which is a very important part of our work. So there are important things to be learned from evaluating our activities. Yes?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hajam. Yeah.
Okay, so I said there are important things to be learned from evaluating our activities and providing feedback to those involved. So we talk about what the students learn every time, and then whether the students enjoy the activity and why or why not. We also discuss whether they have ideas for follow-up sessions and other activities. And here you can see some pictures of some lessons. The benefits that, of course, those benefits after talking to students and discussing with them, asking them about their views, their opinions about this project, I tried to summarize the ones that they agreed on. Well, our initiative allows our students to gain experience. They started to see themselves mature, responsible, etc. They also gain a set of language and soft skills. They learn about leadership, communication, collaboration, and team building, and they interact with other professionals because we need them. Then they build some social networks with those kids, with their parents, etc. And they practice time management skills, which is really a problem. And they build self-confidence. And this is the most important for me, because I have some students who really lacked self-confidence before the experience, but when they started to be part of that project, they started to change their behavior in class. They started to talk, to express themselves, and I saw a huge improvement in their classroom participation and in their classroom behavior in general. Luckily, there are always obstacles, and we faced many of them. But mainly, we had some problems with financial support, because you know these kind of lessons need some equipments, some preparations, etc. And we have time management difficulties because the students have extra courses in other subjects. Sometimes we have also problems with the school kids. Some of them have also other courses or other extra courses. So time management has always been a problem. Even when students are giving the lessons, they had to deal with these issues of time management. And this year we had some problem that everyone faced, which is the COVID-19. We were obliged to stop this activity this year, but we kept discussing about how to do in order to overcome this problem and the other obstacles too. And we agreed about one solution, which is shifting to online teaching. And here comes the idea of this kind of interaction between our project that is a mixture of PBL and peer tutoring and technology. So students started preparing a Google Classroom and a blog. Some other students are preparing educational videos about different topics for these primary school students, and they are going to be posted on YouTube and social media. And we are also thinking about organizing video conferences with kids who can use technology, but this needs some preparation because we have to talk to parents to ask their permission and to see if they have the ability to internet and technology in general, because here in our region not everyone has this ability. So internet is not available for everyone, and technology too is not available for everyone. So we are okay. That's all. That's my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm open to all your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adil Hajem. So it seems that yeah.
Once she just raise your hand. Yes, Mrs. Besma. Yes.
Mike.
Mrs. Ines as well. Okay, so Mrs. Besma first. Yes, please. Okay. Any
So
question?
my mic is not.
Shall we have Mrs. Ines? Okay, and then back to you. All right.
Yeah,
So
it's okay. I have my
hello,
mic.
sorry, I just want to say hi to everyone because I'm here.
okay, welcome, madam. Okay, thank you. Yes, back to you, Mrs. Besma. Yeah, fine.
Hello.
Hello.
I'd like to thank Mr. Hajem for this outstanding presentation. And I have some questions about the project.
Good.
So what level are you teaching first, and how did you manage to have your students teach primary school pupils? And how did you select these pupils? On what criteria did you select the pupils your pupils are going to tutor?
Okay, so well, the first question, shall I answer?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
right away.
So the first question is about the levels that I teach. Well, in fact, this year I taught first year secondary education and back classes, but the club is not only made of those pupils whom I teach. It's made of different levels because I taught different levels in my school. So if a student is mine,
secondary level.
Yeah, secondary level, of course.
Your pupils are teaching primary school level.
Yes.
This is the issue.
Yes, my students who are the club members are students of secondary levels, and they are teaching primary school kids. That's clear.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second question, please. It's about how. Can you remind me of the second question, please?
I said, how did you decide who your pupils
okay.
are
Yes,
going
yes,
to
yes,
teach
yes.
and when do they teach
It,
them? That is,
okay. So it's not only me who decides about who is going to teach. I told you, I asked the pupils to prepare the lessons in advance. We meet in our club. We discuss the lessons. We agree about the final version. I try every time to direct them to talk to convince them with some options, etc. And after that, we decide together about the couples who are going to teach. Every time I choose one, let me say, senior student and like third year or back, and another one from second year or first form, so that they help each other. Well,
primary, you said the primary levels.
I'm talking about the teachers.
Yeah. So do you go to primary schools? How?
Yes.
How
Just
does this happen practically? I mean.
Just a minute. I'm talking at first about choosing the students who teach. Then for the tutees, I mean the primary school kids, I contact the schools in the region. That we have 2 schools, in fact, that I work with, and we accept students from the third year to 6th year of primary education. So we talk to them every year, and then we make a list. They suggest those students. We take the contacts of their parents. We talk to them. Some parents agree. Some other parents don't agree. Not everyone agrees, in fact.
Yeah.
Okay, is that clear?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Because I want to understand
Yeah.
whether you go to these children or do they come to your school to be
They come to our school. Parents bring their kids to our school because it's free. It's for free. We do that for free. So parents, it's their responsibility to bring their kids to our school every Saturday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and then they take them back home. We cannot bring them or go to them. So.
Okay, thank you very much. This is what I wanted to know.
Okay.
Great idea, anyway. Great idea in the fact that you are helping other pupils improve and then also improving the level of the pupils who are getting ready to teach, and they should be ready, in fact. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you want to know more details about the project, I can give you the whole action plan if you want. So just contact me.
Okay, I am a tea earner, by the way.
Okay, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Adil, you're going to share your presentation on the Facebook group, right?
No problem. Feel free.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was really very inspiring. I think now we can move to our next presenters.
Yeah, I think
so we have Mrs. Hane.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hane Belkahia and Mrs. Hajar Mohamdi. Are you here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mrs. Hane?
Yeah, we are here. Yeah.
Hello, and Mrs. Hajar. Yeah, welcome both. So I'm going to introduce them. They're going to co-present a project called My Lucky 13. Mrs. Hane Belkahia is a teacher of English in Habib Bougatfa Prep School in Bizerte. She is an active Etwiner, Microsoft certified educator, Dari Edu and SDG ambassador. Hannah always seeks to integrate ICT in her teaching to provide her students with an effective and pleasurable learning experience. She is the winner of the jury's appreciated short movie award from Tunisia TEFL in 2019. And now Mrs. Hajar Mohamdi is a computer science teacher in the technical prep school in Matar. She is a Microsoft innovative educator, expert, and trainer. She is the winner of the 4th place in the national competition of innovative teachers for the school year 2019-2020. She is also an ambassador of many international software programs and platforms, including CoSpace Edu, Flipgrid, and Wakelet. Mrs. Belkahia and Mrs. Mohamdi, as I said, are going to co-present their project, Our Lucky 13. So,
thank you
go
so
ahead,
much.
please.
Yeah, thank you. I will share my screen.
Okay, Hijra is going to start, yes.
Okay. So.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So first of all, I am Hijra Mohamdi, computer science teacher, and I am so happy to participate in this conference about PBL practices. And me and Miss Hannah will give you a good practice about PBL by a training project, My Lucky 13. So during this presentation, we will focus in project partners, the purpose of our projects, the different climate action that we did during the project, our collaborative activities. So our project is done by 6 countries: Tunisia, Turkey, Romania, Moldova, North Macedonia, and Romania. So me and Miss Hannah, we collaborated with 11 teachers from those countries, and we engaged 51 students. Those students have different culture, different language, but the same goal: protect nature. And we use it in this project, English language, in all activities. So we started our project in lockdown to resolve the big problem of climate change and students' anxiety about coronavirus. You know, all schools were closed, and all students were at home and obliged to use internet for connecting, for social media, video games. So we thought about a real solution for them. And the solution was a training project about climate action. So by our project, we tried to apply the PBL in remote learning. We encourage our students to analyze problem and think about solution and action to do. They collaborate in national team and international team. So I will present for you some action that students did in national team, like planting trees. As you can see, those pictures represent national team from North Macedonia, from Moldova, from Romania. They suggest to plant a tree either in garden or in school where the lockdown is ended. Also, they suggested to plant a flower in pot if they haven't garden. So this is our first action to do. The second action is celebrating the Earth Day, not only with partner, but with other teacher. So we invited other teacher to do action about climate change and share with us their opinion in Padlet. So as you can see, many teachers suggest solution and action to do, like recycle plastic, planting trees. And it was in Earth Day, 22 April. Some of them propose some games for students. So we can see the collaboration between all teams in this Padlet. The other action that we did is raising and sharing awareness in our community by giving some cards to baccalaureate students to wish them the success and to share awareness about the importance of climate action. Also, many students, either from Tunisia or from the other partner countries, recycle plastic by doing mini decorative article like flower, as you can see, like a flower pot, like pen holder, etc. Other students in our project proposed to create games in Scratch to share awareness about climate action in students. So when a student play the games, they will take more information about climate action.
Yeah.
So
and
by this, So by this way,
yeah.
1 minute, Hannah. So by this way, we encourage students not only to do project, but also to collaborate, to communicate with other students from different language, and to create something new. And now I will give the floor for my colleague Hannah to present you other action that we did during this project. Yes, Hannah?
Okay, thank you so much, my colleague Hijr Hamdi. So my colleague gave you a description about the project. She talked about the aims and the main participants in the project. And I want you together, we were going to review some of the main multiple advantages, okay, for pupils using project-based while using project-based learning in class. Sorry. So the multiple advantages are working independently, encouraging peer work, being engaged with real-world problems, developing solution building, using content from multiple academic domains, and of course it is learner-centered. Of course, some of you might ask the following question about the title, okay? Why My Lucky 13? Okay, yes, go ahead, my colleague, okay? So My Lucky 13 e-training project as a sample. Here we have the logos. So the pupils worked on create different logos, and after the vote, we choose one of them. Okay, so I want to speak about the title of the project, My Lucky 13. It refers to SDG 13. Okay, so during the lockdown in most countries, we noticed that Hijr, you can come back, okay? Hijr? Hello? So my friend is sharing. Hijr, can you hear me?
Yes, I come back. I come back to the slide.
Okay, so good. So during the lockdown, as we said, we've noticed that the pollution has decreased, so we decided to share awareness, and students were bored because of virus spread, so we decided to help them by engaging them in an environmental e-training project. They can collaborate, communicate, and share solutions for climate change. They can also use English and ICT to innovate and create different digital products and share them with their friends. So our project aims at providing solutions and engaging students in SDGs, because we believe that the change starts at an early age. Also, it's an opportunity for students to spend the lockdown working creatively, practicing the English language by writing, reading, and speaking with peers, along with other subjects like computer science, geography, and art. So as my friend has already said, so the number of countries included are 6, number of teachers 13, and number of students 51. And the SDG number 13 is concerned climate action, okay? Yeah, go ahead, Hijr. So the skills to be improved during the project: communication, yeah, Hijr. Communication in target language and foreign language, collaboration, problem solving, citizenship, ICT use. And the mainly used language here is English. The subjects, of course, are computer science, English, science, science, art, and geography. Okay. So,
5 minutes left.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay. So, collaborative products. Okay. First, my dream garden. Okay. So, my dream garden is a collaborative product made by students and supervised by teachers. Okay. So, could you show again, please? Okay, so is a collaborative product made by students and supervised by teachers of My Lucky 13 project. The garden is a video animation created using CoSpace Edu, a platform and a creation app that helps bring augmented reality into the classroom. It's a virtual garden suggested by pupils to answer the following questions. What's your dream garden like? How do you want the world to look like? And pupils were able to build, code, and create a world of their imagination. They could bring their creations into life by projecting them on a plane surface in real time while collaborating together. They collaborated together to create 3D characters, creatures. Yes, sir, go on. Creatures, decorative items, and animations. They even recorded their voice and recorded music. So let's watch a little bit, an extract from the video, please. Okay. Hazel, could you hear me, please? Okay. Yeah, so this is a sample of the final product used by pupils. They use it CoSpace Edu. Hazel, could you please click on the sound? Okay, raise the volume, please. Hazel, do you hear me? Hazel, can you hear me, please?
Maybe she's having a problem.
Yes,
so
yes.
carry on. Oh,
Yes.
she's there. Okay.
So my friend, I have already taken 5 minutes, and I'm supposed to take 10 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So can you hear the music here?
I'm afraid we can't.
Yeah. Hazel, can't you click? Can't you just click on the icon to raise the volume? Hazel?
This is the...
It's not working? So you must share it from YouTube. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to give the participants here an idea about the final product, okay?
Now the second action and the second collaborative activity, Hannah.
Second, third, and fourth action, and then I'll give you the floor to share it from your from YouTube. Okay? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks. I think it's better like that. Okay. So my climate story. So in the second product, pupils used Story Jumper to create a story about the harmful effects of climate change on the planet. So the main character of the story is Elsa, and the story's title is Elsa's Mystery Trip. So Elsa started her trip from Tunisia, where she raised questions about the reasons for which some animals left their habitat, which made her really sad. Then she moved to Ukraine, North Macedonia, Moldova, Romania, and Turkey, where she discovered the harmful effects of this change on maritime life, on the growth of plants, and on weather. She found out that the consequences of global warming were multiple, but the only conclusion was that human interference in nature was the main reason. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so my colleague Haja is going just to show you the cover, and later on she's going to show you some extracts of these final 4 products moving to from YouTube. Okay, so the third product, collaborative product, yeah, is a cartoon. Okay. So my climate cartoon, the students were successful at making a cartoon using Pixton. The cartoon focused on the causes of climate change. It's about the causes of climate change. In the story, a journalist is given a specific mission: identify the main causes of global warming in 6 countries involved in the project. Okay. The fourth product, is a video. Okay, my climate video. So the video was created by pupils and, of course, supervised by teachers. And at first, pupils chose Powtoon, and then after the vote, we decided to use Animaker because it allows collaboration and is much easier to use, according to them, of course. So the video is entitled A Better World and is aimed at answering the following question: what solutions do you suggest in order to preserve the planet and stop climate change? And we moved to other actions, and we collected them into a magazine, okay, using Mad Max. So my friend Haja is going to share, first of all, the first product. Can you, Haja, please share the first product, which is my dream garden? Can you?
Can you do that in just 1 minute?
Well, I have just written down the time, so I think we still have time, I think.
So this is the cartoon.
Okay, this is the cartoon. Yes.
Yeah. About causes.
Mm-hmm.
So all students from different countries collaborate together in the same cartoon. The second one is our... Yes. Then this story is done by also different students from different countries. They add their voice also. So this is the collaboration, international collaboration.
Between 6 countries, yeah. Pupils from 6 countries, yeah.
The other product.
Okay, you're using Animaker.
So before doing those products, students communicate together to discuss about causes, consequences, and action to do, to have different products, not the same thing to do. And this is our dream garden.
And about, yes, yeah. Dream garden, yes.
And now we will see our
screen. Click on full screen, okay?
The magazine now, because we haven't time. So we will show you our magazine. This is national. That's mean every team did an action, and we have all action in the same magazine. As you can see, the title are flower and trees, orange team, mango team, olive team, apple team, etc.
So by the way, Hajar belongs to the orange team and me to the pine tree team. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, these were actions, I mean, done by the pupils to encourage other kids to recycle materials. Okay, they created decorative items out of a plastic, cartoon, yeah. Planted trees, draw pictures. And created scratch games too.
Okay, that's all for our project. As you see, we used PBL in our project, and we improved the 21 skills of our students, like collaboration, communication, critical things, creativity.
Yes, by the way, I would like to thank Mrs. Lemay because, you know, some of my pupils, by the way, I took part in that creative students dialogue SDG competition, and it was a real success. And some of my pupils took part in it, and they learned a lot about SDGs. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hana Bilkay and Mrs. Hajar Hamdi. It is worth noting that in your work, there are three features that are at the heart of PBL. I could mention interdisciplinarity. So you work along with an ICT teacher. The second one is connecting students to the real world by making them engage deeply with the environment and saving nature. And I think that this was the same thing happened with Mrs. Anisa bin Abdallah at the beginning of this conference. The third one is the integration of technology, such as animated videos and such. So thank you for the quality of your work.
Yeah, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Of course, I wish we had more time, but thank you for this, for inviting us to this conference. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you very much for sharing your work with all of us. And as usual, let me repeat that again. You're going to share the presentation with all the links to the different products, and our colleagues can check them at their own time, of course. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Right? Thank you. Mr. Kamel?
Yes, Mrs. Ines.
Yes,
hello.
I'm here. Hi.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Ines Mabrouk.
Yes.
Could you Mrs. Atwi and Mrs. Zogati and Mr. Kamel,
yes.
could you see the slide of Mrs. Ines Mabrouk? Is it there?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. Shall I introduce her?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So welcome, Mrs. Ines.
Hi everyone.
Hello. Mrs. Ines is actually a teacher in Pioneer Prep School in Nebel. She has a 12-year experience in teaching EFL in different Tunisian state and private schools. She has been an active eTwinner since 2016, and she is also a member of Microsoft Community. She participated in many educational seminars, both at the national and international levels, such as the WISE conference in 2016. And she won 2 prizes in the eTwinning competitions for 2 years in a row. Mrs. Ines has also presented review sessions for 9th formers on the national television. You might remember that. Okay, so welcome again, Mrs. Mabrouk.
Thank you so much.
The presentation is going to be about gastronomy, cultural heritage, right?
Exactly. Yes, that's
Okay, there you are.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to meet you all again on this platform. Hi, Anissa. Hi, Mr. Najjar. Everybody, I know you all. Thank you so much for listening to me now. And I hope I will be presenting something beneficial to everyone. So I won't be too long.
Good luck. Mrs. Dinesh, can you share your screen?
I will share it right now. A minute. Okay. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Okay, and now?
Let's wait. Let's wait.
Is it working? I hope it's working now. Partager. Yes.
The app. Could you? The active app.
So normally it works. For me, it works. Okay. Is it working now?
Not yet.
What do you think, Mrs. Zagari?
Yeah, there you are. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you've successfully managed to share your screen.
Okay, great. So I will be starting with the first slide, and it is here normally. So I'll be talking about my e-twinning project, and it's called Gastronomy Cultural Heritage. That project was done actually in 2018, and it was one of my first projects. I really like it. It was not too complicated. It was a simple one, but I really love that. So I will be moving, before I move to the content of this project, I want to thank eTwinning because I really encourage everybody to be part of eTwinning because thanks to eTwinning, I know a lot of people, I know a lot of important people in my life. It was really a great change in my career. And thank you so much. I was in Microsoft thanks to eTwinning. I actually had a lot of contacts thanks to eTwinning. I met a lot of VIP people. I was in ceremonies, I was in seminars thanks to eTwinning. So I really encourage everybody to be part of eTwinning. eTwinning also showed me that I was doing something in my classroom in everyday lessons, but I didn't notice that I should value that work in any other platforms. So I was doing projects with my students in the classroom. I was doing a lot of things, but I didn't actually photograph that. I didn't I would say, how can I express that? I didn't value all that in something interesting to show that to all the other people. So thanks to eTwinning, I was able to do that. And I participated in different projects. 2 or 3 or 4 of them actually are winning projects. So thanks to, can you see the second slide, please? Are you with me?
Yeah, we are with you. So please.
So thanks to eTwinning, myself and my students were able to enhance our performances, both of us. And we actually increased our motivation and engagement into the lessons. Then we interacted more. We had better interaction, me and my students. And then we also used the 4 C's of the 21st century, like creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication. Those C's, or those 4 C's, were actually dealt with thanks to eTwinning projects. Now, if I just move on to the next one. In this project in particular, we exchanged culinary information of the participating countries. So we actually cooked and prepared ancient and traditional recipes. And then we found out how they developed thanks to or through time, and the changes they underwent because of modernity. Now, in the past, we used, for example, to cook thanks to, I don't know, wood or something. Nowadays, we cook thanks to other ways. So we discovered that throughout the project. So the aims of the project were raise our students or my students' awareness of their own culture. And if I say culture, I would say the perspectives, the practices, the products, all the things connected to culture. Then we focused on developing their intercultural competencies. So also we focused on developing our language and soft skills. Of course, you know, if I have a project, so I will be automatically speaking, writing, listening, practicing, using that language. So without even noticing that, you will find yourself using that language. So automatically will improve your language. So how did we communicate? First of all, we had an online collaboration between teachers, online through different ways, through Facebook, through Messenger, through other ways. And we used ICT a lot, me and my students, or me and or the other students as well. So this is how we adapted the PBL to the new normal by learning remotely, communicating online, and using ICT effectively and meaningfully. So we believed in connectivism, all of us. We believed in ICT's positive impact on our students, I would say, on learning, the learning of our students. And this is how I used PBL. Now, the founders of the projects, I encourage everybody to be contacting those people. They are on Facebook, you'll find them also. They are on eTwinning, and this person is called Alessandro Raffino. He is Italian, and he is a teacher of hotel management and business tourism in a vocational school in Pechino, I guess, in Italy. So the second person was Sonia Claudia, and she is a professor in Portugal vocational courses. Now, if you can notice, the two of them are not in ordinary state schools. They are in vocational and hotel management schools. You can see they are not really connected to education and everything. But even though the project was really successful, and it won actually 2 prizes, if I remember well. So the members of this project were 18 teachers from 10 countries: Italy, Portugal, Spain, Greece, Georgia, Turkey, Ukraine, Romania, Poland, and of course me, Tunisia. I was the only person from Tunisia, and the other ones, actually 2 from Italy, 2 from Portugal, etc. So the students who participated in that project were, were 98 students. So it was not a big project, but it was really effective. Okay, are you there?
Yeah.
Great. So how did I join that? Thanks to eTwinning, I was looking in the forums. I was looking for active teachers. I was looking for active eTwinners. I was looking for successful projects, good ideas. And then I found out the idea of Alessandro. He was suggested to find out partners to carry on his project. Then I sent him an invitation on Facebook. We did a group on Facebook. We talked, we discussed the objectives of the project. Then I suggested to him to be part of this eTwinning project. He said it's okay. He accepted my suggestion. Then he sent me an invitation. He sent me actually an invitation to this project, and then automatically I got a actually I got, if I can see well here, I will show you the certificate. Can you see with me here? Yes?
In a second, maybe, not yet.
No?
No.
Okay. And now, can you see?
Not me. No, I don't.
I wanted to show you the certificate. Anyway, those who are in eTwinning, yes, can you see now?
No.
No.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry for you too, but it's okay. I wanted to show you the certificate.
Very nice work.
Yeah. So, and now can you see?
No.
No? Really?
Yeah.
And now?
We don't want to say no.
As long as they are not in the PowerPoint, so you need to stop sharing the PowerPoint and share the certificates and then back to the PowerPoint. So it's only the PowerPoint that is on.
Normally I didn't touch anything. So I am still in slide number 8.
Yeah.
So shall I go back?
It's okay, madam. It's okay. That's fine.
Yeah. So can you see now slide 8? At least I still have
Yes,
3
we do.
slides.
Yeah, slide 8
Great.
is there. Yeah.
So I got a certificate. So in this certificate, we have all the teachers participating in the project. Then this is given by the PSA, which is the office responsible for giving the I would say the acceptance, if you want, of the projects in Tunisia. And then I started working with the teachers. We did get the use of many tools. So if you get into an eTwinning project, you will find yourself automatically using YouTube. You'll find yourself automatically having a Google account, which are actually primary things, I know. But for some teachers, they are not primary things. Many teachers still don't know how to make an email, don't know how to make how to use YouTube, how to use all those. So if you go to eTwinning, the first sessions, the first training sessions will teach you all that, how to download the video into YouTube, how to insert the video into your project. So we will be using ICT automatically. So I chose some of the tools we have used in that project. So number one, it's Google. It's a kind of a mind map. You need just to click on a link, and that link will be shared between the teachers, and then each one will add something in that mind map. It's kind of a spidergram, but something much more sophisticated. And then, of course, my students used video show or Viva Video, a lot of Kizoa, also a lot of actually tools to make up videos. I want to show you the videos, but I think if I just do that, I will lose the sharing. No?
Yeah. You might.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And I don't want to waste too much time. And then we agreed on a logo for the project, and that was thanks to the tool which was called Treesider. And then each one of us, each school or each teacher and students suggested a logo. And then we agreed on one. We agreed on that in 2 or 3 weeks, I guess. And then, of course, we organized 2 or 3 live events throughout the project through Adobe Connect. And at the end, the final product was an ebook creation, and that was done thanks to Book Creator. We have many, actually. I can see you, my colleagues before me did a lot of tools like that. And the final product, if you can see, it's an ebook, including the different shared recipes and work all along the project, including pictures, videos, the recipes, the new recipes, the modifications, everything done. So that was my project. And thank you so much for listening to me. If you have any questions, they are most welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Ines. But I guess you still have some time, so maybe you can share with us the final product. If you stop sharing and then you share again.
Yeah, I will do that. 1 second. I still need to find
share
it.
the certificate.
Yes. So if I can do this one. Okay. Okay, now can I do the okay. So okay. Can you see it now? Can you see that now?
Yeah. I think it's coming.
Yes.
It's coming.
Yeah, now we can, yeah.
You can?
Yes,
we can see a Facebook page, I think.
No, it's not a Facebook page. It's a YouTube.
It's a YouTube, yes.
Yeah.
YouTube.
So these are some of the videos that we participated with. Now you can see this, the first video here where you can find the stars. It's a winning video. It was included in the competition. We got a prize on that video in 2018, I guess. And that was about our Tunisian cultural heritage, including food, not only food. If you want, I can show it to you. It's in our Tunisian language. And then can you see here? Can you see me? Can you see the video, the one on the extreme right?
Yeah, We can see
Yeah?
the video.
Yeah.
It's not open, but we can see.
Can I open it? Would you like? I don't know if you can do this one. That was a day. That was a ceremony for cultural heritage. We exchanged recipes. We did the traditional food, traditional clothes, and everything. And we did a live event. Everybody was doing that. So that was our day in Tunisia, and we had other days in different other countries. So those were extracts of the event. If you can see that. Okay, can I, if you want, I can open the first one. If you have time, it's just 2 minutes. Yes?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so that is number 1. تونس خضرة العالية ثمانة إن شاء الله ربي ننجيها. هي الحرج أكحل من الشفر العالي، هي لنا متزينة بالسرساري، هي الكابوس ولبسة البرنوس، هي الجد أم الزينة الجمالية. هي زوان مرصعة بالمسك متزينة مقدية، عيني ناية ناو أنا تتمشى بالخلال على سورك وتشوف واحد يدوز وقبلي وتجود في قفصة البرية ونتوزر نلبس لك الأحمر ونحط المية ونسافر بين البرود والصحراء. أني سوسة مهدية مازتين أنا الساحر ببحر هزيم، أني ناية ونا وأنا سحر عيوني زيتونة كحلة زيتونة خضرة نغمس ونقدس ونقول ربوني وهنا أني ناية ونا وأنا. حركة ذاتية وكسكسي تونسية وناكل أكلاتي ترتيب قداش بقلب وشرمونة سقسية. أني ناية ونا وأنا وهون وهوني وهنا. أما وشي ما عرفتنيش أنا تكون 3000 حضارة لميتهم و24 ولاية ضميتهم. هي أنا تونس البية الخضرا الزينة، تونس العيشة المبينة، الحرة القوية، تونس العزيزة اللي ليها زمانها وروايتها، ليها لبستها وماكلتها، ليها فنتها وغنايتها، ليها وهرتها وزينتها. هي تونس الخضراء بلادي أرضي وحياتي، هي حكاية وغنية أحلامي، هذيك اللي عالمها يرفرف في سماها، عالم أحمر وهلال ونجمة. أنا نايا نا أني أنا تونس العزيزة الغالية. Okay, so that was one of the examples of the videos, and that was our winning project in 2018. I think that is just those are just few videos, few examples of the work we did. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We are listening.
Oh, excuse me, I need to close that. Okay.
Some background noise in.
Yeah, that was the video of YouTube, the next video. Anyway, so thank you so much for that. And if you have any questions, thank you for asking.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Mabrouk. You whet our appetite. And I guess you're going to, of course, as all the other presenters, you're going to share your work on the Facebook group for the others to be inspired from. Thank you very much. I don't know whether anybody got a question to Mrs. Mabrouk. Otherwise, we can move on to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Sousan Abid.
Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sousan.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Welcome to the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So before giving you the floor, Mrs. Abid, I need to introduce you to the audience. Mrs. Abid is a senior teacher at Khaznadar Pioneer Prep School. She is a TKT certified from the British Council. She's also an international school coordinator. She's also a member of Schools Online, eTwinning, and the Microsoft Innovative Educator community. Mrs. Abid's presentation today is going to be about learning through PBL and ICT. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen. I wonder if you have it or no.
Yeah, it's okay. That's fine. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
It's shared already?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, now here's my presentation today. Now for the first slide, there's content, where I start with a very warm welcome to you. Now, after warm welcome to our respected inspectors and teachers attending this conference, let me thank you all for this initiative called U-innovate. I really appreciate your generosity in sharing your valuable work, and I am impressed, really. I am really excited and honored to share with you some thoughts and insights about teaching innovatively, especially during this crisis, pandemic crisis.
Thank
Okay.
you.
When we share our good practices, we are in fact spreading the spirit of innovation, creativity, and critical thinking. And this is clear when we know that the most valuable resources that teachers have is each other. Without collaboration, our growth is limited to our own perspectives, as Robert John Meehan says. Now, to start my presentation, I'll have the question, why project-based learning? And I have to remind all teachers, pupils, and even parents at home that students attend school for at least 15 years to graduate. But the purpose of school is not just to raise test scores or give children academic learning just for the sake of memorization. The purpose of education is just to give learners the experience that will help them explore real-world problems and solve challenges, acquire life skills, and simultaneously grow as successful adults and citizens of the future. Now, I just wonder if you can hear me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. Now, this is a very old Chinese proverb that says, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I will learn. Now, how will we involve the pupils? It's through project-based learning. Now, the second question I'm asking, why ICT in learning? Now, we have to know that in today's world and job market especially, digital literacy, or the skills of searching for, exchanging, discerning, producing, and finally publicly presenting information, as well as the critical use of media for full participation in society, has become an important consideration for curriculum frameworks and a vital life skill for the future graduate success. Now, that's why we need ICT in our teaching. Now, what happens when we combine PBL and ICT? I love this schema where it says, make it real when you find a real problem. And this is kind of brainstorming and defining the issue that you are tackling. And then make it relevant to your life. You must figure out why it matters to you and to your community. And finally, you have to make an impact and do something about it. Now, when we combine ICT with PBL, we also promote the 6 C's of education for students and society well-being. These 6 C's are character education, citizenship, communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity. Now, when we combine all of these, we will certainly agree that, like Nelson Mandela says, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Now, I have this kind of introduction in order to emphasize on the fact that we have today to combine the ICT use with PBL. Now, I have chosen a kind of project work. I worked this year with my students, with my school, let's say. Not only students, it's also teachers, and not only from our school, it is teachers from another part of the country. And I just hope and believe that this example will help you see the impact of using project work and ICT on learning. And when I mean learning, I don't mean only the knowledge related to the issue, but also life skills that they have to acquire. Now, the main SDGs in focus in our project today are SDG 3, the good health and well-being, SDG 4, quality education, and then 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And of course, if I have another teacher with me, so it is partnership for the goals. Now, I will start with the use of ICT timeline in my project work. Now, we started our first step through using tape recorder to listen to songs and recordings about bullying. And it is the second step is watching videos to discuss the issue of bullying. Now, these are for brainstorming. And I also used ICT to film students enacting a spot to sensitize their mates against bullying after being aware of the issue, of course. Finally, last but not least, using social media to spread the word that our school is taking a stand or a move against bullying. And the final step, which I chose this project about, which is creating a website to display the students' work. Now, after passing through all these steps, we hit many birds with one stone. It's tracking the class activity and students' development on this website. Now, if I look at the next slide, I can explain more. Now, we started with a class debate after a song about bullying, and this served as a tool to trigger the debate about the bullying issue, its causes, its effects, and solutions. And then, with our school celebration of the Anti-Bullying Week, we agreed to make a move and say no to bullying. And this was through the use of Facebook as a tool for instant communication and spreading the message. Then we had some trials to stop bullying through a silent spot. I just wonder if you can receive me or not. If my voice is clear or no. Is my voice clear?
Yeah, we can. Yes, go ahead, Mrs. Abid.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Now, with the silent spot, we managed to make timid students, engage in fighting bullying without even speaking. And after they watched themselves, enacting the performance, they gained some self-esteem and agreed finally to make another performance where they had their voices. Now, this is our step here. ICT opens the door for imagination, since we worked on a scenario for the pupils to show solutions, to play roles, to show solutions against bullying. And they agreed finally to display their work on the website. Now, what did we include on the website? Now, I just chose some pictures of the website here, but let me tell you that these are not some photos that we included in the site. These are precious moments where we lived, while learning is achieved through collaboration and tolerance of mistakes. We went to the playground. Here is in the courtyard, here in our class. Okay, so we went everywhere, not only in class, but outside too, to make learning more enjoyable and make them at ease. Of course, when we learn about something, we may leave the opportunity for the students to consolidate their knowledge. And since they learn mind mapping in computer science studies, of course, they agreed to make a mind map about bullying. Here we have the examples, then the causes, then the effects and solutions. Of course, I have many examples, but I just chose this one to show you. Now, this is displayed on the site, of course. Now, I was very happy to see my students collaborating to make a silent spot because they were very timid in front of cameras. And they found me an app. It's called Video Show, where we could insert silent movements and then add the script that we want. And they all collaborated to give me the scenario first and then the script of the video. And of course, I thank them very much for their creativity. When we advanced more about the topic, students became more self-confident, self-reliant. They want to know more and make their inquiries, and mainly self-disciplined. When they knew the impact of their first video, of course, being shared with other students in Ibn Sina Secondary School with Mrs. Mona Bouhlel. And they wanted their work to be shared online, this time with their voice on. And I hope I find time to share with you some of these videos. What else did we include on the site? Of course, this is our stand. I see shiny faces of my students saying no to violence. Here are some pictures of my students. And also, we included a scene about bullying. This is a story my student wrote. It's someone witnessing a bullying scene. We also had a scenario that we wrote together and shared on the screen on this site. And then it happened that our civic education teachers heard about the issue, and they were very happy to participate with us in the campaign against bullying. So they accepted to cooperate and make the campaign and the site successful. I'm very happy to see them cooperating. This is Mrs. Ibtihesh and Mrs. Rauda. They are our civic teachers, and they had the club. And the issue started to become interdisciplinary, and it helped me to make more and more students aware of the issue. And they even helped me with many ideas, like the questionnaire, for example, and they spread it in their sessions. When students see themselves as representatives of their school on Facebook, mainly, they shine more. They received compliments from parents and teachers and even other Facebook users they don't know. And now they happen to use social media to instill human values such as respect, tolerance, equality. And they also spread a good picture of their school as a very strong institution that can take stand against bullying. After sharing our work with Ibn Sina Secondary School, our students acquired a higher self-esteem, especially after our partner school sent us videos and letter of appreciation. Of course, you can see here some videos and some compliments from our partner teacher, which I send her my best regards from here, Mrs. Mona. She's a very creative teacher. And of course, finally, we received a letter of appreciation for our serious work from our partner. And students did not only acquire knowledge here, they acquired respect and recognition from other fellow students in the country, as well as others from around the world. Of course, I don't have evidences. That's why I didn't bring them now. But final step is our students became a source of inspirations to others. Since our school partner, Mrs. Mona from the Sina Secondary School, found the idea of creating a website very helpful to keep track of the school activities. And that's why she herself created a site for her same activity called Live and Let Live. And I was very happy to show her appreciation to us. I'm sorry if you can hear the background noise. Now, of course, I will show you some kind of, this is the silent spot. I hope I will be able to show it. Okay.
Is this background noise part of the presentation?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, this is not mine. They are kids in the.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I'm closing windows. You know, this is. I just wonder if you can see the screen. So this is our site, School Violence, Think Safe, Act Safe, Stay Safe, where we included our map, and then our stand, and of course some signs against bullying, and this is kind of silent spot we created together. I just hope. That was the first example. I just hope I can show you the second one, where my students agreed to talk this time and give their voices. I am not sure I included the video. Maybe in the other. That's it. Okay, my channel. Here are my students making an interview.
Okay, that's fine. We'll move on.
Thank you. I was very happy when my students gained this self-confidence and started showing up their skills. Now I'll carry on with the conclusion. Of course, I believe that setting up a class virtual space is an indispensable task for today's teachers and should be the new normal. This space could preferably be a website or a blog or a Facebook page, or if possible, all of them. I did about many other projects. The educational benefits of having such a space for students may include benefits for the students. It improves the students' writing skills through posting and commenting publicly. It promotes collaboration between students with different talents and creates higher self-esteem. It promotes the notion of independent and personalized learning, since everyone will use his own comfort and pace. It helps students to connect with the teacher. It means outside the classroom, and even students from other schools, and exchange their experiences with them. As for the teachers, creating a website will help them to upload documents and other learning materials to students. It helps them create a portfolio even to document their learning activities. It helps the teacher to keep track of all the class activities. And finally, collaborate with teachers of other subjects in the same school, or even other teachers from another place around the world, or around the nation. Now, of course, it helps them create lifelong learning spirit in the whole community. That was my experience. I just hope you keep shining and you keep inspiring. Thank you very much for your attention. And I am open to...
Thank you, Mrs. Abid. Thank you.
Thank you very much
for this highly informative presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, any questions from the audience before we move to the next speaker, please? Are you here, Sir Habib? Are you there, actually?
Maybe he's just left.
Yeah. Okay, he gave me a notice, but we can...
He's got technical problems?
No, he has just left for...
Okay. Yes, Kamal, so you can go on to present Mrs. Reem.
Mrs. Reem is here, is there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Please try to upload your presentation, to share your presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome. So, while you are trying to share your presentation, Mrs. Walhazi, thank you for participating in our conference. Welcome.
Thank
you. Mrs. Walhazi is a teacher of English in Al Farabi Secondary School in Mornagir. She's a NEET winner and runs 2 clubs in her school, an English club and a music one. Her teaching is based on project-based learning and digital literacy. Mrs. Walhazi's presentation today is entitled Learning with Music Online. So let's have fun together.
Okay, so yes, I'm trying to share my screen.
Actually, we can see it.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Yes,
yeah. So.
Okay. This is Sila Habib's. Sorry, I've taken over you, Mr. Sherni.
It's okay.
Mrs. Walhazi? Mrs. Walhazi Reem, are you listening? Has she left or what's going on?
We can hear some background noise. I guess it is with her.
And Mrs. Kamili and Mr. Kamal and Mrs. Atwi, if Mrs. Walhazi is not ready, maybe you could go to the next speaker.
Mr. Riyadh?
Mr. Riyadh, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you ready?
Just 1 minute, please.
Okay.
1 minute.
Can I ask a question about the previous presentation?
Mrs. Basma? Yes, okay. While waiting for Mr. Riyadh or Mrs. Reem, okay, go on.
But let's check. Let's check that Mrs. sorry to interrupt you. Let's check that Mrs. Sausan Abid is still with us.
Okay.
Mrs. Sausan Abid, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. So
okay,
Mrs. Basma's got a question for you.
We have a question for you.
Whenever I think about creating a website and the pupils are able to do it. So they are more professional than we are. But I think about the hosting and the fees. So how did you manage with this?
Very easy. Google Sites is kind of a free platform where you can very easily create your site. You just, drag and drop and copy and paste. It's for free and you don't have to pay anything. And
that's the Google app. What? Google app?
No, it's Google Sites.
Okay.
Google Sites. I don't have my screen. I'll share it on the group.
Please share it on the Facebook group.
Mm-hmm. I will, with pleasure. Mm-hmm. Any more questions?
I guess no.
Just a reaction before getting Mr. Quba ready. Just a reaction to your project. So I think that it's clear that your project was carried out with love, care, and attention to all details. You've mentioned 3 important elements of PBL. You said make it real, make it relevant, and make it impactful. And I think that this is at the heart of PBL. So thank you for raising those points.
Yeah, that is true. One more information to add. It's the students who first, suggested to have to make a stand against bullying, since one of their playmates was stabbed to death in Sidi Hassin last year in October, I think. So they were really hurt because their friend was stabbed to death. And that's why they suggested taking a stand. I like it when students take initiatives.
Thank you.
Of course, I have the collaboration with other teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Riyad Quba is ready. Are you ready, Mr. Quba?
Yes, I am.
Okay, before you start, let me introduce you to the audience. Mr. Quba is a secondary school teacher of English in Sfax. He is also an accredited teacher trainer from the University of Arizona, specializing in the use of ICT in the classroom. He participated in the Texas International Education Consortium program. His presentation will be about the pedagogical uses of social media. So good luck for you, Mr. Quba.
Thank you so much. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah, it's there.
Thank you so much. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers so much for this wonderful opportunity to attend and participate in this ELT conference. Whoever has taught me one letter has made me his slave. So I cannot start without thanking all those who have played a role in my teaching career, and especially all my inspectors and Mrs. Farida Jlidi, my inspector this year, who might be attending this conference, for her continuous support. This year has been actually the turning point in my teaching career, to have been nominated, as you said, by the United States Embassy to take part in the Texas education program, and to take part to become accredited teacher trainer from the University of Arizona. I'm here today to talk to you about one of the platforms most commonly used by students, which is Facebook. This 230-page end of training research was undertaken as part of my confirmation as a teacher. I asked my inspector at that time, Mr. Jamel Raqiq, if I could do it on the use of new technologies in the classroom. He agreed, and he suggested the following topic: social networks are nowadays emerging as useful educational technologies used by teachers and learners to enhance, consolidate, and follow up learning. This book, as I like to call it, was motivated by the dream I had when I was a high school student, which was to make a contribution to the betterment of the educational system in Tunisia, as far as the language English is concerned. And I took this research with the intention to further the evolution of the way English is being taught in our classrooms in particular. And I based all my Facebook activities based on the principles of Edgar Dale, which go as follow. And we know that we retain 10% of what we read, 20% of what we hear, 30% of what we see, but when we see and hear, we retain only 50%. When we say, we retain 70%, and when we do, we retain 90%. So I ask myself the following question: what platform does it help provide the students with the opportunity to read, hear, and do? And the answer came right away, which is Facebook. It's actually a great platform to vary the activities that can match all the students' levels, whether they are high achievers or low achievers, or passive or active learners. So my presentation is divided into 3 parts. In the first one, I will talk about the different ways to consolidate learning through Facebook. And in the second part, I will show you some of the activities to enhance the students' English level beyond the classroom. And finally, I will talk about the final outcome of this endeavor, which is the publication or the publishing of the school magazine. Let's get started now, of course, with the first part of this presentation and get an insight of how Facebook can be used to consolidate learning. So in this part, I will talk about vocabulary, grammar, and writing as a process. Of course, my first experience started small, but it ended big. I started with some simple activities, as this was a new endeavor for the students at that time, and they were not used to such a type of learning, let's say, such a type of learning. So I tried to post some simple activities. One of the examples I can cite here is how I taught the expression to get on well with someone. This activity, so I posted this picture, which is taken from a movie seen and discussed in class. And I asked the students to use the expression to get on well with someone and to talk about the relationship between the movie characters. As we can see here, these are some of the students' answers. We can say that Anna doesn't get on well with her mother, and Isabel tries to get on well with Anna. And this is a proof of how the students could consolidate their comprehension of what was seen in class and how they could use the expression they were taught. This activity comes as a follow-up of work done on teaching them how to form adjectives. The exercise is very easy. The students had to look at the picture to come up with the verb, and then they had to add the suffix if to form the adjective. As we can see here, we have 2 verbs. The first one is to attract, and the second one is to select. And then after adding the suffix if, the students managed to make correct examples, as we can see here. Let's move on now to how I dealt with grammar on Facebook, which is actually a great platform to teach grammar in context. Teachers can take you can use Facebook actually to teach grammar in context by using authentic situations, events, and post activities, questions and expressions to teach grammar in context. And to do that, I took the opportunity of the United States elections at that time, which were underway, and I asked the students what 3 important measures would they take if they were Donald Trump. And before that, I reminded them of the rule of the second conditional, if plus past would plus base form, to make sure the students would make correct sentences. So as here, the students gave correct sentences, and the structure was used in a correct way. And the good thing is that the students not only did they use the structure correctly, but they also expressed their opinions and their choices. And that's the good thing about this activity. One of the recent activities I have done to revise grammar is through videos. As we know, The first thing students do after a class is grabbing their phones and browsing Facebook. And as a way to consolidate what they learn in class, I made it a habit to post a video right after the lesson and ask them a simple question about a grammatical point or some vocabulary or expressions. And in this video, I asked the students two simple questions. What did you used to do when you were young, and what are you used to doing? And here some of the students' answers. We can say, when I was a child, I used to draw and build sandcastles, and I am used to playing tennis, but this time without reminding them of the structure. The benefits of this activity are really numerous. We can say that it draws the students' attention, it proves their listening skills, it motivates them to answer the question, and most importantly, it assesses the teacher's work. And see how much the students could grab from the lesson. Let's move on now to writing as a process, which I consider and which has been one of the most successful activities I have carried out in the Facebook study group. It can be considered as an innovative method to enhance the students' knowledge concerning this skill. Writing as a process in the Facebook study group can save teachers a lot of time, especially in the initial preparation phase and in gathering all of the students' ideas. We know that the 5 main steps of the writing as a process are brainstorming, drafting, revising, editing, and publishing. And all of these steps can be done the same way it is done in the classroom and even more effectively. So let's start with the first phase of the brainstorming activity. And this phase consisted in describing their best friends forever. And I asked the students to choose 5 adjectives that best describe their friends. The second phase of the brainstorming activity is I counted all the adjectives the students wrote, and I tried to classify them in order to get this pie chart as shown in this post. And I asked the students to carry out an analysis of the results guided by some questions. After that, we are still in the brainstorming step. I gave the students a list of 10 adjectives and I created a poll and I asked them to choose only 4 of those adjectives to finally get a list of their favorite ones. And as we can see, the students or some of the students started to write at the level of the sentence. In the 4th step, as we can see from posts 4, 5, 6, and 7, I asked the students to jot down ideas and examples for each of the adjectives they had selected, which were respectful, loyal, trustworthy, and reliable. And in this phase, the students started writing at the level of the sentence, and this activity helped a lot gather ideas in class, and it boosted students' participation in the classroom. After dealing with all the different elements of the paragraph in class, I asked the students to write the first drafts. And we know this is the drafting phase, which were revised later on in class. And this is the revision phase. And after that, I posted the corrected paragraph in the form of a hamburger in the Facebook study group to remind the students of the different parts of the paragraph. And this is the publishing phase, which is sometimes missing in our dealing with this type of tasks. Let's move on now to the second part of my presentation, which is enhancing the students' English level beyond the classroom. So Facebook can be used like a flipped classroom where students record themselves. And in order to help the students overcome their shyness and fear to speak in public, I challenged the students to post a video on Facebook in which they talk about anything they want and feel comfortable with. But they had to convey a message to their classmates in the Facebook study group. So this student, for example, participated or made a video in which she encouraged her friends to participate in volunteering activities. This one talked about how to deal with the exam stress, and this one motivated his classmates to never give up on their dreams. As we were going through this new endeavor, I noticed that the students were very productive in the Facebook group. And while I was preparing the end of term exam, I got the idea to publish a school magazine. As we all know, teachers write the instruction in the exam, write an article for your school magazine. So I said to myself, I suppose that all students, if not all of them, always hear of the school magazine, but they've never seen it. Since then, I have decided to publish a school magazine every year to collect all of the students' work, especially after noticing that the students' engagement and involvement on the platform was very high. Now I'm going to show you some of the outcome of the work done on Facebook. For this article, for example, it was written in a different way. It was a class production. After dealing with the topic brain drain from its different perspective, I divided the class into 4 groups. The first one talked about the push factors. The second group talked about the pull factors. The third group talked about the implications, and the fourth group talked about the solutions. So after that, I gathered all of the students' ideas and explanations in one single article, since the purpose of this activity was to train the students to write a real, authentic newspaper article. Another activity we worked on Facebook and for the magazine as well was creating mind maps, which summarize the main ideas for some lessons. And here are some of the examples that we will find in this magazine. This mind map is about the benefits of traveling, and this one is about the importance of education. Another outcome of the Facebook is this interview with Lionel Messi. After dealing with the lesson interview with the footballer, where students were taught how to read and organize an interview, I designed an activity where the students were to conduct a similar interview with the star they like most, Lionel Messi. One student volunteered to do the job because of his interest in football. And before he prepared the interview, we worked on how to write a biography, as we can see here. And I gave the students some notes, and they have to change them into a short paragraph about Messi's life. This interview was another student had suggested, or this activity, let's say, suggested by one of the students in the Facebook study group. He asked me to post the following question: who is better, Cristiano or Messi? And as a way to raise the subject among the group members. In response to his request, I posted the question, and I had this amazing account of Cristiano's qualities and his skills, and I decided to include this work in the school magazine. As for this interview, it also came after dealing with the lesson Space Tourism. I posted a video on Facebook, which was an interview with Richard Branson, one of the investors in the space tourism industry. I asked the students to write a mock interview with him to be posted on Facebook in the first place, and then to be published in the school magazine in the second place. And here is the production of the students. This part of the magazine is called Natural English, which deals with the students' reactions to the content of the lesson. These activities were the post-stage activities of the lessons studied in class, designed as a follow-up to what was studied in class. After discussing the lesson, I asked the students to express their preferences or opinions by providing arguments using a specific templates. And after that, I posed the same question again on the Facebook study group to give them more time to think about the answer and share their ideas. So this one was about space tourism. This one was also another post-stage activity about emailing or texting for the second formers. And now let's move on to some project works which were conducted on Facebook. These projects were realized by the students themselves during the school year and were collected through our Facebook group. The first one on the left is a mini project, and it's about some holiday-related phrasal verbs. The students were asked to come up with the phrasal verbs about holidaying and illustrate them with pictures to share them with their friends. And the purpose of this exercise was for the students to produce sentences using these phrasal verbs and use them in context. The second one on the right, I asked the students to find some education-related quotes to be posted on Facebook for their friends to read and then to be added to the school magazine. So if you want to get more information about this school magazine, you can check out my YouTube channel here, and you will find out more information about this magazine. So before ending my presentation, I would like to get a close look at the statistics which show the importance or the important traffic that has taken place in the two Facebook groups. The first one was for the baccalaureate students, and the second one was for the second year students. So so I tried to gather all or collect the number of posts, the number of post words, the average words per post, the number of views, the number of likes, the number of comments, average comments, the number of written words, and the average words per post. So regarding words or the number of words per post, we can conclude that the students have read a total of more than 29,000 words throughout the year, with an average of 29 words per post. This means that they have read a total of 116 pages. As for views, the table shows that the posts were viewed a number of 33,442 times, and this means that they have been probably read or just seen, and which explain the fact that the number of comments in is lower than the number of views. As for likes, another way that shows that the students have reacted to the content of the post is reflected by the number of likes, more than 2,350 words per likes per group. This is another demonstration of how engaged the students in the Facebook study group were. So I believe that when one finds out that the students in both groups have written no fewer than 276,731 words throughout the year, which averages out to about 1,107 pages if we consider that one page contains about 250 words. One can do nothing but conclude that this has been a completely rewarding experience for all participants and the students. So I'm going to talk about the benefits of working on the Facebook study group and on the magazine. So the students had the opportunity to behave like a journalist and to write as much as they can. And it also promoted their learning. They also worked together and cooperate while working on these two things. And it also boosted their vocabulary. It also improved their writing skills and developed the students' creative talents. And we had the opportunity to apply some of the principles of the multiple intelligences stated by Howard. That's all for me, and I'm here for your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Khoba. Through your work, you've shown that PBL does dovetail nicely with technology.
Exactly, yes.
Another important thing is that you try to align the project with the requirements of the curriculum, and this is, I think, a great initiative. You've managed to work on writing as a process. Please share the link of YouTube channel via the Facebook group. Thank you.
Sure, yes.
Thank you again for the quality of your work. It was it's outstanding and insightful.
Thank you so much.
Can I kindly ask Mrs. Farida bin Abdullah if she is listening to say something? Mrs. Farida?
I think she is attending, as I can see here, but her mic is just off.
Okay, no problem.
May I ask Mr. Khoba a question, please, if you don't mind?
Of course.
Sure.
Thank you very much for this very great, outstanding work, Mr. Khoba. Now, I've been following you actually on Facebook and YouTube, and you are doing great.
Thank you.
Now, as far as vocabulary teaching is concerned, just a quick question. You know, vocabulary is one of the most delicate skills in English language teaching. When working on vocabulary at the level of meaning, interpretation, and, you know, due to the polysemous aspect of words, my question is, do you limit vocabulary teaching towards literal meaning through the example that you've stated? That was clear, the phrasal expression, the multi-words you've presented. Do you limit to literal meaning or try to extend it to extra possible meanings through other contexts? I mean, the same expression or the same word?
Well, it depends on my goal behind the activity. So if I just want to make sure of if they figured out the meaning of that word, so I just focus on one meaning. So, but if it's another activity with another terminal objective, so I try to extend the meaning of that expression. Or
what I mean, Qub'a, is that the same word has different meanings in the same context.
Yeah.
So do you limit the yourself to the meaning in that specific context, or try to extend it to other contexts? I mean, the same lexical expression.
Generally, I stick to one meaning because I don't like disturb.
It's worth investigating. Actually, it's very interesting topic. Thank you very much. Okay, just for the sake of time. Thank you.
Mr. Kamel and Mrs. Zargati and Mrs. Nami, I think we have Mrs. Basma Marawi.
Yes, as well. Yes, please.
And
Yes.
Mrs. Nara Damak. So we're going to go for first, Mrs. Basma Marawi. Can you?
Yes, please.
Are you there? Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. I'm really impressed because you were able to mobilize back students. I know it's not easy to have back students working on projects or following Facebook,
yes,
maybe daily. I like the experience, and I had a similar experience. Is it a group, a Facebook group?
Yes.
It is, yeah. So I used to do, but I have more ideas now. I used to have Facebook groups to correct writings, to exchange some work, but not to teach. But here is a new idea. I am learning from you. Thank you very much.
Welcome. You're
Good.
welcome.
Maybe the next one is Mrs.
Mrs. Noha. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, hi, Mr. Riyad. Thank you for this valuable presentation and valuable work. I'm sure now the parents and the students are going to look differently at the Facebook and social media. But here I have not a problem, but a challenge. Sometimes when I try to create a Facebook group to my students, especially back students, they say that they don't use Facebook anymore. So here maybe I suggest that maybe we do more than a Facebook group. Maybe we can use social media, a group on Facebook and a group on Instagram and WhatsApp, maybe something like that. What do you think about this idea? Because I didn't do it, but I usually have this answer: we don't use Facebook.
Actually, I face such a problem and challenge, and of course, having a Facebook remains optional for the students. I cannot oblige them. And I have two, probably, let's say, solutions. The first one, I can just ask them to have Facebook and with for only me as a friend, or another alternative, because all of them have WhatsApp, so we can do the same thing on Facebook as in on WhatsApp, for example. So this is also another solution or alternative. Yes.
As an alternative. Okay, thank you. And I'd like really to thank you for this
opportunity to practice, because I believe that if they just learn things in class and leave, they won't get ahead. But we need to provide them with an opportunity to practice what they learn beyond the classroom, especially if they are guided by their teacher or teachers.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your answer and for your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Koba. Shall we go back to Mrs. Reem Welhazi?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you with us?
I'm just yes. Hello. Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm trying to share my screen.
Please do.
Shall I introduce Mrs. Reem, or you do that, Sihbib? Yes.
I think we did. I think we did this.
I don't know.
Did we?
Anyway,
we can do that. We can do that again. So,
okay.
Mrs. Reem Walhazi is a teacher of English in Al Farabi Secondary School in Mornegia. She's an e-trainer and runs 2 clubs in her school, an English club and a music one. Her teaching is based on project-based learning and digital literacy. Her presentation is entitled Learning with Music. So we are all ears.
Yes, thank you.
Could you see my screen?
No.
Try again, maybe.
Maybe in a minute. Okay.
Yes, is it okay now?
Not
yet, actually. Okay.
Yeah. Could you see my screen now?
It's working now.
Okay, yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank God. Okay. So I'm Reem Walhazi. I'm a mentor of Tunisia 88 Club, which is an association agreed with the Ministry of Education. When the founders of, I think that a lot of teachers teach from different regions in Tunisia, and definitely they know about this club. I'm going to talk about my experience, why I was chosen as a mentor for this club. When the founders came to visit our school, they were looking for a profile of a teacher who uses music and plays in teaching. That's why I was chosen for that. So what is Tunisia 88? I'm going to introduce it. So it is a project that aims to introduce a music program in all 578 secondary schools in Tunisia by systematically promoting the creation of an extracurricular music club. And the core, beliefs of Tunisia 88, music cultivates respect for difference. In Tunisia, wonderful things are possible. Tunisia is a leader in the art in North Africa. Musicians can be global citizens, and excellence inspires excellence here. Okay, how it works. The members elect a student leader to guide the club, and here I could witness, because when they assign a leader, for my experience, I could witness the personal development of the members of Tunisia 88. They are in the process of acquiring social skills. Our club is the most outnumbered one in Tunisia because it has 49 members. And of course, when we have a very big number here, this can create some problems because I noticed that pupils are not used to the idea of a leader who imposes on them some instructions. Also, sometimes they disagree, with the leaders about different things, and here the role of a mentor pops up to show them how to respect each other, how to reach a compromise when there is a misunderstanding. And from here, they start acquiring some crucial life skills. They learned how to solve their problems, how to convince others without imposing things on them. And especially, they shouldn't hurt each other, because when they perform, when members performed in front of an audience, sometimes they get panicked and they couldn't perform. That's why they should encourage them instead of blaming them sometimes. Also, a teacher here working in the school plays the role of a mentor, as I explained that. There are weekly meetings here that means are held, and this depends on the timetable of the pupils. Sometimes we organize a meeting each Sunday. Students are required to create their own songs and videos. They also present their own events. When just I want to talk about the events that they organize. Sometimes they organize events for charitable activities. For example, they went to elderly house in Manuba. They performed music and they donated some in-kind contributions. Also, they often organize concerts, and a lot of pupils in Farabi school attended just to contribute to help poor family, especially in Ramadan. Also, they always celebrate the national traditional outfit day at school. So I move to this slide. So music in the English class. Musical intelligence is not always given due attention in class. This puts music smart students at a disadvantage. And as you see here, music is one of the 8 intelligences here in the series of multiple intelligence. So songs can help students acquire a foreign language, also vocabulary and colloquialisms. Also, they improve their pronunciation and the intonation. Also, playing music in the classroom creates an enjoyable atmosphere. It lowers the affective filter and it boosts the students' motivation. Why I use music in my classes? I believe that music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. It enriches students' creativity and empowers them to express themselves. As an EFL teacher, I use music to develop my students' language skills. And as a Tunisian 88 mentor, I integrate music in project work. Okay, I move to the next slide. So these are some photos about the regional meeting competition here. It is very important, for my pupils, for the members of Tunisia 88. And you can see here, for example, the jury is made of inspectors of music, and a guest famous singer, comes to attend and to evaluate, Mr. Abdelwahab Al-Hanneshi. And also here you can see that, the regional representative gave me a certificate with the headmaster of the school. And here there are 2 photos which show how we train on Sundays. That means there is the leader, here is the leader, and he tries to explain the work for them, right? Why I use PBL in my classes? It gives students the opportunity to develop knowledge and skills through engaging projects set around challenges and problems they may face in the real world. It enables them to use different 21st century skills such as critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Also, it connects them to the real world and makes them deeply engaged with the target content. A few examples of student-centered projects integrating music. I use it in Unit 4, Life Issues, Lesson 2, Attitudes. Back students, after dealing with Lesson 2, Attitudes, and after listening to the song of Phil Collins, Another Days in Paradise, my pupils, that means suggested to spend the money of the Backsport on helping children who suffer from cancer at Salah Azay's hospital. This was done in collaboration with my first formed pupils who did project work about volunteerism in relation to lesson 34, social problems. And music was one of the activities of this action. And it was a very good and bad experience, because when we attended Salah Azay's hospital, that means we didn't, we got touched with what we saw, and my pupils tried to perform music, to sing, and I can notice that there are some tears in their eyes, but they try they were trying to be strong in front of the children, and it was a good experience because after that they wrote a lot of they wrote a report about that, and we shared with the first form, we shared this experience. And they gave a lot because it was a collaboration with the first form. So we got a lot of in-kind contributions, and a psychologist there in Salah Aziz tried to call me and to tell me the type of present that I should that pupils should give, and it was very touching for pupils when we knew that the children who suffer from cancer become very happy when they get periwigs. And it was a good experience for them because they I could see that they become more mature and more helpful. Also in Unit 1, Art Shows and Holidaying, Lesson 6, Package 2, the pupils conducted project work about festivals in Tunisia. So they decorated the classroom, they wore special outfits and brought homemade traditional food like psisa, raif, mlewi, couscous with dried meat. They brought the canoon and they put some incense in it. They sang traditional songs. That means it was an amazing atmosphere. The plan was to introduce these famous tunes so that later on the students could write their own lyrics in English to accompany these. The aim of this activity is to raise the activities is to raise students' awareness about some features of the intangible cultural heritage. And here there are some example. Just I have a lot of photos, but I think that time doesn't allow to show all the photos. This is my classroom. This is and I teach some of my pupils are members in Tunisia 88. So we use technology, we use digital literacy. They played, they spoke English. That means they use all the skills here. Lesson 17, it's tips to keep your blood healthy. It is the lesson of the first form. In this project, my pupils worked in groups and used their mobile phones to create posters in order to convince people to donate blood. They prepared some plays to raise people's awareness about the importance of blood donation. They also sang together in collaboration with the local Tunisia 88 club, and it was wonderful. Here on the day of the presentation, because I have 4 classes of the first form, and as we know that the classes of the first form are very large. I have 35 pupils per class, and on the day of the presentation, I taught 2 classes because I noticed that they produced creative work. So just I wanted them to present the work in front of each other. So I just gathered 2 classes, and all of them presented their posters. Some of them performed plays. They shared some videos, especially about the interdisciplinarity, because for example, whenever I conduct a PBL, I ask them, for example, when we talk about the source of information, they can read books, they can search the internet, and also they can ask other teachers. And this is what they did. For example, in this project, they went to their biology teachers and they asked the following questions. At what age can one start donating blood? How much blood can one give at a time? How often can one donate blood? And when are blood collecting campaigns held? And who can't give blood? And they were very happy because all biology, all teachers from other disciplines here collaborated with them. And I did a similar project work organized by the British Council about connecting classroom. We made a training in Bizerte for 3 days, and they insisted that when we do the action planning, we should focus on the interdisciplinarity. And I did that with my pupils, and I am very happy because they are collaborative and they helped me a lot to make a portfolio about this. This is an example about the project work, held in the classroom, how they design the posters. And this is the group of Tunisia 88, and I'm trying here to show you a video how I conduct the project work with the collaboration of Tunisia 88. So I'm going to show you the video. All right, and then I'm going. Yes. Can you see the video? Can you see the video? Hello?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
Hello, yes.
Yeah, is it okay?
Yes, I can hear now. I just lost connection for a while.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not the video, not yet.
Yeah, we just hear the song, Reem.
Ah, okay. Okay, I will stop.
No problem. I think you can post it on the Facebook group later on.
Okay. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. So, can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
In a while,
No.
maybe.
Yes. What about now?
Not yet.
No,
Maybe.
not yet.
Okay, well, while we are getting your work ready, let me thank you for.
We can't hear you, Sahib.
Sorry?
We can't
Can
hear
you
you.
now? Can you now?
Okay, yes, we do.
Yeah. While you are getting things ready, let me thank you for the quality of your work. It's clear your work is so gripping. Music touches and feeds our soul because it expresses at times what we can't verbally express ourselves. Certainly, there are many benefits that can be gained when music is appropriately used and integrated into the classroom. So thank you for this initiative.
Thank you.
Thanks. The video is there, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I hope that it works.
Yeah, it's working, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. What about the sound?
Is it okay? Is it okay?
Not for the sound. Not for the sound. The sound is not there.
Mrs. Walhazi, maybe you can skip it for now.
Is it okay?
Yeah, we just can't hear anything. Okay. But
okay. Can you see it?
You can move on. That's fine.
Yeah, we can see it, but we can't. But we can't hear the sound.
Either.
Yeah, there is no sound.
And imagine the sound, yeah.
Mrs. Walhazi, maybe you can post that on the Facebook group.
Okay.
What do you think?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. I carry on
yes,
with
please.
my. Yes. Okay. Never mind. So I carry on with my project then.
Please do. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I will share my screen again.
Can you,
yes,
Mr. Habib, can you please remind Mrs. Walhazi, I mean, talking about the time, how much time is left?
Yeah.
Yes.
So can you, Mrs. Walhazi, can you finish in about 2 minutes?
Yes. Okay. So yes, okay. So my students made few attempts to write and sing their own songs, which are posted in a YouTube channel, and they are in the process of turning them into professional video clips. And I have one pupil who wrote a song in English, so I'm going to read very quickly the lyrics. Getting heartbroken, what did they do? Standing there frozen, what did they do? Getting separated from the rest by the way they're dressed. Everyone is watching them, saving that it's gonna be better. When it really doesn't matter, everyone is lying to himself. When he says that he cares only for shedding some tears and then that's the end of the song. And like many other Tunisia 88 members, my students used web tools and social media to rehearse during the lockdown period. I was able to mentor them through the same idea. And this, I want to insist on a last point about evaluation, how to evaluate PBL. Personally, when evaluating students' project work, I assess the entire process, not just the end result. For example, I use project-based learning rubrics. The first rubric is about research and information gathering. On this step, I try to grade my pupils on. I try to. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, Miriam.
Okay. So.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, there's someone. Okay. I use a project-based learning rubrics. In my first rubric, I insist on there is the step of research and information gathering, and I start grading pupils on this step. The second one is about planning and critical thinking. Again, grade them on the planning and on the critical thinking skills they use within the project. And the third rubric is about interactive display, because you know that one of the advantages of PBL is that students learn much more than the content. They learn how to work with others, to solve problems, present their ideas clearly to an audience, and learn from their mistakes. That's why I think that feedback and correction should happen frequently to keep students on track. Also to improve their work and set them up for success in the final project, because when we wait too long to give feedback, this may result in work that is too far gone to be fixed or improved. Thank you for being here. That's the end of my project.
Okay, thank you. To end on a positive note, I think that the tears should be tears of success instead of sadness. So thank you.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. We give the floor to colleagues if they have got any questions.
I have just one funny question, please.
Okay, funny one, right?
What is Qanun in English?
I couldn't find it.
This is
part of vocabulary teaching. This is part of the question.
See, Kamel, I think that this is culture specific. See, Kamel.
Yes, please.
See, Kamel, don't you think that this is culture specific, even when the word exists somewhere else? It's not the same.
Yeah, there are many challenges. There are many difficulties. It might be translated as Qanun actually, but we need to find an equivalent for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Lamalatwi.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, please. I'm going to try our next speaker is Mrs. Nuha Damaq. Am I right? Okay, I'm going to share just a moment.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Mrs. Damaq, I'm wondering whether she can hear us.
Yes. Hi.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Okay. Shall I introduce Mrs. Nuha?
Yes, please do, Mrs.
I had the
Damaq.
privilege of working with her on many projects, and I see this
Yeah.
opportunity to thank her for the great work that we did together. Okay, so Mrs. Nuha Damaq is a teacher of English in Al Manzah 9 secondary school. She has been teaching for 14 years now. She's got a master's degree in educational technology and she designed online training courses for teachers and delivered some online sessions for both teachers and students. Mrs. Dama is going to talk about virtual field trips. The floor is yours, Mrs. Dama.
Okay, thank you. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
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 Okay, so I would like first to thank you.
Yes, so Mr. Habib, please stop sharing. Mr. Habib, yes, please. Okay.
Okay, so before I start my presentation, I would like to thank you for this valuable webinar or a conference, online conference, and I really enjoyed attending my colleagues' presentations and projects, and yes, they are worthy to be shared. And like them, I'm not going to share my own experience, maybe some of my experience, but here we are going to okay, I'm sorry, I'm here in the last one, and I hope that you are going to enjoy my presentation.
Sorry to say that you are not the last one, Mrs. Noha Damak. We still have Mrs. Thoraya.
Yes,
Mrs. Gurmeti.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's good. Okay. So my presentation is going to be about field trips and the new normal. Okay. When we talk about the new normal here, maybe we are going to talk about the new type of field trips. Let's start first with field trips and their educational import here. A field trip or excursion is a journey by a group of people to a place away from their normal dwelling places. Field trips, they provide alternative educational opportunities for children and can benefit the community if they include some type of community service. So it enables learners to visit and explore destinations relevant to course concepts and objectives. It's considered as a learning experience out of the usual that blends the classroom activities and learning. Here, we are no more talking about project-based learning, but place-based learning. So the benefits of field trips, first, they provide students with the ability to learn by doing instead of just passively listening to the information or to instruction being taught in class. Second, the students are exposed to new experiences that broaden their horizons. Here we are talking about learning beyond the classroom. It's an opportunity also to reinforce and to consolidate the vocabulary and concepts that they have learned in class. Here, maybe if we can take them to a bank, they were going to practice the concepts and the vocabulary items they have seen in class, and they are going to use them in that place. And here, interdisciplinarity, here there is an opportunity when we do a field trip, there is an opportunity to mix or to combine two subjects. For example, we can combine the English and history subjects into one field trip to a monument, and they are going to write or to give their feedback about this site or this place that they have visited. And maybe they are going to practice their English there if they meet some tourists. So you see here the combination between the subjects. Communication, especially when they are going to meet people there, they are going to practice and they are going to communicate with others. And finally, it's an opportunity for us teachers to look at students from different perspectives. Maybe we are going to face some students who are shy in our classes, or maybe the opposite. But when seeing them or dealing with them in field trips, they are going to be the opposite. So here we are going to. I'm going to give you some examples of field trips. Some of them I did myself, and some of them I haven't, or maybe I planned to do, but unfortunately I couldn't. So let's start, for example, with the Museum of Education here. It's related to the first formers, the lesson of Maria Montessori, where there is a comparison between traditional and modern education at that time. And I brought my first-year students to this museum to enable them to compare between the origin, the traditional education their fathers and their grandfathers had, and this education, the educational system that they are enjoying now, or they are dealing with now. We can, of course, go to the hospitals when talking about health problems, when talk about blood donation, we're talking about smoking. So actually I was planning to go to the hospital to do the project of smoking, but unfortunately I couldn't because of the pandemic COVID-19. Then the Museum of Currency here in Tunis, when, for example, the economic branch, they can go there to discover the history of our currency here in Tunisia, even not the economic, even all the students. The administrations or decision-making buildings or House of Parliament, they can go there. Okay, I don't advise you to go to the House of Parliament now, but yes, we can bring students there to discover how things or how laws can work there, okay? And research labs here to encourage them. We can encourage them about the importance of research and what they are going to do in these labs and what can they do when they grow up. Of course, historical and touristic monuments. Okay, here another example. It's a school of children with special needs. These students went there and helped these children to play, and they played with them. The elderly house and the North Africa American cemetery and memorials. Oh, sorry for the mistake. So here they've learned about the history of and the importance that played our country during the Second World War. I guess, yes, the Second World War. So here it's not just cemetery, but the history. They learned about the history of this place. So these are some examples of the field trips that we can do and they actually have done. But you know that in front of these, to do these trips, we have some challenges as teachers. For the time concerns, the paperwork and permissions. Here, you know that we should prepare some papers. It's a responsibility to take the children with you, students. I mean, students, not anymore children. But yes, it takes time and responsibility. The financial problems and availability of means of transport. Most of these field trips were students. I gave them the address and they went alone or with their parents. Actually, with their parents, not alone. And of course, the sustained health problem related to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the big challenge that that I faced this year, and so which made me think about the alternative. So I was thinking about the virtual field trip, which I can define here, I'm not going to define it, but Foley 2003 defined it as a guided exploration through the World Wide Web that organizes a collection of pre-screened, thematically based web pages into a structured online learning experience. Also, Arrowsmith, Cunningham, and McGreevy 2005 defined them as collection of technology-based resources used together to give students the learning experiences gained from an actual field trip. So here some elements when I was thinking about the virtual field trip. I was thinking about thinking about it as a supplement to field trips, because it can be with the actual or the real field trip. It can come together with it, and it can be an alternative as well. And it consists of the use of a set of images, animations, simulations, audio, and video. So here the use of ICT to create a virtual field trip. I said to create, but let's wait to see what else we can do with it. So they may also include live broadcasts from scientists or field trip locations. We are talking about webisodes and a variety of student interactive learning materials. So here, after doing my research, I discovered a very big word of this virtual field trip, and actually it's not something new. It's something that started maybe 2 decades ago. They allow the teachers to provide their students with the sight and sound of a new environment without ever leaving the classroom. So here we are going to talk about the types of the virtual field trips. Here, yes, I was thinking that there is only one way to do virtual field trips, but here, after doing my research, there is some types. So can be either teacher or student created, and here we talk about the personalized. We can create this field trip. It can be pre-made trip, which is known as a package. And the other kind is the real-time visit. It's usually made through a video conferencing tool in real time with an expert from the site offering the virtual field trip. This person or this expert can play the role of a guide to show the place, answer the students' questions, and maybe as a guide. So, and the teacher here is going to choose the option that goes with his or her lesson objectives. So let's start with the personalized virtual field trip. It's developed by the classroom teacher or even by students through a variety of online sources. It addresses directly the curricular goals of the classroom. That's why I said this is the personalized, because they can do it, they can follow the objectives to create this one. It can be part of a project designed by the students or a group of students. So here, for example, when studying the geography or history or culture of their local community, the students can create a guided tour of its important buildings and landmarks. And of course, if they are studying about other countries, they can create tours centered around the places and in the world, and they can, of course, find some open source pictures on the internet. And there are many online tools that enable this type of creation, this type of field trips. We are going to mention some of them. So here, the Google Tour Creator, it's part of Google tool. The Neopod, Round Me, and interactive map maker with the National Geographic website. And with some students who are, let's say, tech savvies, like some of my students are really gifted while using coding and this ICT thing. Here we talk about VR, virtual reality field trips. Here, when we are going to use these 3D or three-dimensional field trips. So there is this tool, Google Expeditions. We can also talk about Apollo 11 VR. It's a tool that enables students to create their own field trip, but in 3D. And the Google Earth VR. So let's move on now to the package the virtual field trip. Okay, it's a preset. So many online museums have created their own guided tours, made them available for students to facilitate learning. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, many other museums joined the pioneer ones. And we can find thousands of these links of websites that can allow this type of visits, either the official website of the museum or the monument, or a website with the creation of links to virtual field trips, or preset or pre-created, okay, ready-made ones. So this is the link. If we would have time, we are going to go through it, or go through it now. How much do I have time?
You still have around 3 minutes.
Okay.
So you can share it on Facebook, right?
Yes. Okay, so here in this link, you can find some virtual visits to the Louvre or Georgia Aquarium, or many others, too many others. And real-time virtual field trips. So here it can be done in two different ways. Either you contact the target, the target place or location, and ask them to help you. They can provide you with an expert and a person to help you and to guide you through this place and answer students' questions. It can be a museum, it can be even the headquarters of the NGO, any NGO or any building, or a dedicated website for this service, such as Microsoft Education Center, under the Skype activities that can be done collaboratively, and the places here you can send emails to this place, and they are going to assign or to give you an appointment to, of course, when you are in class, or maybe when you are teaching online. Here they can provide you to with a virtual field trip. So here is the platform. If I can zoom it here, so we can say the visit. We can see the visit to Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Here there is a zoo and some other virtual field trips, and the duration, of course. So the benefits of virtual field trips. Of course, we are going to talk about many types of benefits, but let's start with the challenges that we faced during or when we want to apply for the field trip, the real field trip. So here, to overcome these difficulties, to save money, it enables us to save money, save time, and of course, no paperwork or permissions are needed. Here, it consolidates studied lexical items and reinforces skills taught in class. For example, when talking about when using virtual maps, we can practice giving directions. We can practice listening skills through this tool, StoryCorps. It's listening to stories and interviews about some places through rich library available to students.
Mrs. Damak, sorry to interrupt. Could you please wrap up your presentation? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, okay. Of course, writing and speaking, and the 21st century skills through communication that we have talked about earlier, the collaboration, because some tools enable pupils to collaborate, and even if there isn't this option, they can collaborate and ask for help, creativity, and digital civility, because they are going to show their buildings and their communities, and critical thinking. So here, of course, we can say that virtual field trips enable students to be engaged in the activity. It can, therefore, motivate them to communicate in the target language and be active during the learning process. And out of experience, we know that students get motivated by the effective use of ICT. So just imagine if we allow them the opportunity to escape from the classroom. Sorry to use this item, but escape, yes, it's escape from the classroom to visit the world wonders and travel to different places while being in class or at home. Thank you for your attention and waiting for your questions. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience, from the participants to Mrs. Damak?
That's a nice experience, by the way.
Yes.
From music to field trips. That sounds interesting.
I guess Mr. Bassem wants to ask a question, maybe. Mr. Bassem Rahmouni, yes, there you go.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to thank the organizers, Mr. Habib, Mrs. Kamili, and all the others. I would like also to thank
Mrs. Hatwi, sorry, Mr. Bassem, Mrs. Hatwi, and Mr. Kamal Sheikh.
Yes, all of you. Yes, thank you all for this opportunity. It's a golden opportunity.
Welcome. Thank you.
To exchange experiences. I just would like to talk about PBL, because I can't stop myself since I'm an Edpuzzle PBL coach. So I found myself obliged to try to communicate and exchange things. I'm talking about the Mrs. Welhazy when she talked about, because I raised my hand, but maybe you didn't see it. She talked about the Tunisia.
We didn't notice. We didn't
no
notice.
problem. It's okay. Yes. She was talking about the Tunisia 88 experience, and I had the chance to be involved in this activity with my friend, because he was a mentor. And I think it's at the essence of PBL, since the people are going to learn soft skills like communication, cooperation, critical thinking, and they had also a training on how to be a leader, and this is very, very important. It teaches them how to manage the problems, how to find solutions when they are stuck. Something else is about the Mrs. Nuher virtual trips. I'm also an Edmodo ECT trainer, and Edmodo offers also this opportunity for pupils beyond the class. Mm-hmm. And they are going to learn a lot of things when they go through field trips. They tap into students' curiosity. It allows experimental learning, promotes all areas of social and emotional learning. It connects curricular concepts. Also, it's valuable, and it's a very, very important thing to mention when it comes to PBL. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this information, and of course, I'm going to try to learn something.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rahmani, for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Shall we move to the next speakers? Yes.
Yeah, I think we, last but not least, we have Mrs. Thuraya Garmesi and Mrs. Saida Dali. Are you there?
Yes, okay.
Are you listening?
Yes, yes, they are. I'm going to introduce them if you don't mind.
Please.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, Mrs. Germasi and Mrs. Daly. Just switch one of the devices. I think you have two open devices, something like that.
Yeah, Mrs. Ture, I advise you to log out from one of the devices.
Yeah. It's better now. Can you hear us,
Okay.
Mrs. Germasi?
Yes.
Mrs. Germasi, are you using two devices?
Yes. Yes, Kamal.
Yeah, so
Okay,
switch off
just
one,
switch
please.
off one of them, please. Now we
You
can hear
can
you
just
well.
mute one of them.
Okay.
Okay, please try to share your presentation. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, just stop sharing the presentation, Mr. Sherni. Okay, I will find you.
It's okay, you present them. Yes, present them.
Okay, so I'm really glad to have Mrs. Germasi Thuraya and Mrs. Saida Dali in their home, okay, in this nice gathering of the English language community in Tunisia. Okay, let me just communicate to our dear listeners that Mrs. Thuraya and Mrs. Saida are the most active English language teachers in the area. I've been working with them for more.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, go on, Kamel. I guess Mrs.
Okay, so
Raya is
I
just
have
trying
been
to
working with
share
them for
screen.
more than 9 years, and they are growing professionally. Now, Thuraya Germasi is a teacher of English. Both of them actually are teachers of English in Midoun Prep School in Jerba. Mrs. Germasi has been teaching for 16 years now. She holds a BA in English language, and she is TKT accredited. She's a trainer for young learners specialized in test preparations for Cambridge English Assessment. She runs an English language club, TILEC, in her school. And Mrs. Saida also is a holder of a BA in the English language and is as well TKT accredited. She is a member of Jerba Association for Sciences and Technology, ADST, and the Tunarus Association, which aims at spreading the values of citizenship. She also co-runs the same English language club with her colleagues at school. So their presentation tonight is the last one. Okay, we keep the best for the last. Is entitled Build the Bridge with PBL. So the floor is yours, dear ladies, and good luck.
Hi, good evening.
Good
Can you
evening.
hear me?
Hello, yes, we do.
Okay, is my presentation shared on the screen?
Yes, so Mrs. Atwi, please stop sharing. Good, okay.
Okay, so.
Now it's there.
So, is it okay?
Go ahead, please.
Okay,
yes.
Hi, good evening, dear inspectors and colleagues. I'm Mrs. Saida Deli. Well, it's a real pleasure to be among you today in the first edition of this online conference. I just want to remind you that Mrs. Thuraya Germasi and I have cooperated to share our humble thoughts with you today. So let's get started. Our presentation is entitled Build the Bridge. Build the Bridge with PBL. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure, go
Okay.
ahead.
So its main goal is to ensure and support the continuity of... Sorry?
Yeah, go on, that's fine.
Okay, so...
It's clear.
Okay,
Thank you, Mrs. Marawi. Yes, okay.
Our presentation is entitled Build the Bridge with PBL. Its main goal is to ensure and support the continuity of teaching and learning during COVID-19 pandemic. So now I'm going to give you a quick outline of our presentation. It's going to be divided into 4 main parts. Part number 1, ICT in PBL and the benefits of merging them. Part 2 will be from face-to-face PBL to ICT PBL. Part number 3, we are going to see some challenges of using ICT in PBL. And finally, Mrs. Thuraya Girmesi will share with you some e-lessons that we have conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic for our learners, just to ensure the ongoing of the learning process. Now, as you can see here, so ICT in PBL. So PBL is a teaching strategy in which real-world problems are used as a vehicle to promote student learning of concepts and principles.
Can you, yeah, that's it.
Move the
to the next slide, please.
Sorry.
Mrs. Thuraya Girmesi, can you move on to the next slide?
Okay. So, is it okay now?
Not yet. You are reading the second slide.
Click.
Just hold on. Just
click on the second slide.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's fine. Right. Okay.
Yes.
So, to be quick, so PBL is a teaching strategy in which real-world problems are used as a vehicle to promote student learning of concepts and principles, as opposed to direct presentation of facts and concepts. However, we think that during the new normal, by which we mean the compliance to the new health measures imposed by the continuing threats of COVID-19, we can opt for other tools to ensure the continuity of this method. So we can merge ICT, Information and Communication Technology, and PBL as a new teaching strategy to ensure a more dynamic and fruitful learning experience. Now, I'm going to talk about some benefits of merging ICT and PBL. Excuse me. So, I'm going to talk about some benefits of merging ICT and PBL. Number one, we try by integrating ICT in PBL, integrating ICT in PBL encourages students to master technological tools and develop many life skills, such as autonomy, self-confidence, and responsible citizenship. It also helps students develop a variety of life and presentation skills, such as communication, collaboration, teamwork, and sharing. Third, using ICT to conduct projects helps our students acquire more autonomy, self-reliance, and provide them with the opportunity for further practice in real life. Finally, traditionally, the projects that we conducted with our students, they are just submitted to us as teachers, and no one comes to know about the interesting work done. However, thanks to ICT, students are now more engaged in learning since their projects gain visibility through online publishing on different platforms and social media networks. So our learners will get feedback not only from us as teachers, but also from a larger audience. Okay, now I'm going to leave the floor for my colleague, Mrs. Thuraya Girmesi, who will go through the remaining parts of our presentation. Thank you very much. Good luck, Mrs. Thuraya.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Daly. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all ELT inspectors of the organizing committee, as well as all my colleagues who really inspired me with their valuable presentations. So first of all, I'm going to talk about this project entitled Pupils' Letters Around Tunisia. Can you see the slide, please?
Yes.
Okay. It is, in fact, a pen
simple project launched on the social network Facebook in 2016. It aims at connecting classrooms across Tunisia by allowing English teachers to coordinate the exchange of their pupils' letters, postcards via snail mail. Moreover, it puts a foreign language they are learning into practice. Pupils also can have the opportunity to make real pen friends. Okay, so you may see here different letters we receive from my colleagues around the country. And in the following slide, you see here pupils busy answering their pen friends' letters. So the work is really in progress. Okay? However, now during the new normal, things should change, and we have to opt for some alternatives. Because of fear of infection, we opted of new ways to keep our students connected. For example, Smilebox is a good application that allows the creation of collage designs, slideshows, invitations, and personalized e-cards.
Could you move to the next slide, Mrs. Girmesi, please?
Okay. That one?
Okay, that's fine.
You know, the Smilebox.
It's okay.
Okay. We may also use emails. So pupils either will exchange e-letters or videos. And of course, we have to notice the role of the teacher because he should monitor this exchange of letters and videos. Okay. Next project I'd like to share with you. Of course, it is a face-to-face project. This one. Okay. The project title is Let's Keep an Eye on Our Environment and School, which aims at sensitizing students about the importance of taking care of the school environment. Pupils conducted many activities during this project. For example, they organized environmental campaigns, they collected garbage, planted trees, cleaned their classrooms. They even had launched a local radio in their school. Okay, it is meant to interview their friends about environmental problems. And these pictures also, let me move on to the next slide. Okay, this one. So here, pupils are busy preparing their brochures, their posters. The 3 R's here are present, so pupils are reusing things, and this is the result. Can you see the result of before and after?
Please change
Just
the
move
slide.
to the next slide.
Yes, the next slide, please. Okay.
So you see, before and after the reusing. And again, because of the COVID-19 crisis, we opt for other ways to keep the students busy thinking about their environment. So some of the applications or alternatives we opt for are the following. For example, Poster Labs, which is a collage making application that turns photos into spectacular posters. It has got plenty of poster templates. Canva is another application. It is a design platform that allows users to create social media graphics, posters, and other visual content. Pictochart is a good online tool for creating presentation slides, flyers, posters, and more. It is also useful to encourage our students while they are at home to learn more about their family's impact on the environment. For example, whether they save water or not, whether they take care of the environment or not, and we ask them to make videos and take photos that give idea about their family's relationship with the environment. Now, how will students get feedback? As we all know, feedback is an important opportunity for the students to reflect, correct, and extend their performances. It's really essential for students' progress. So pupils will share their projects like posters, brochures, videos, or pictures on social media and mainly on our Facebook page that I'm going to give you an idea about later on. We also think of hosting virtual sessions by using Zoom software program, so students will get feedback from their teachers as well as their peers. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, good. Now, let me move to another project and share it with you. This project is entitled Read and Perform. The main of the project first is creating active learners, helping the students build self-confidence and self-reliance, giving opportunities for the shy learners to take part in the learning process. So this is how it works. As you may see in the pictures, there are many stories and the pupils are busy reading their stories. I give the floor for my students to read 2 or 3, it depends of course, 2 or 3 pages of the story they choose. Later, each group of pupils is going to choose a story and turn it into a puppet show. My students were really very creative and very motivated. They created their own puppets and even theaters. So you may see here in the pictures, different types of puppets. Okay, they created, so groups of pupils act many plays, okay? Now, again, as an alternative to this face-to-face project, and because we are aware of the fact that our students should stay productive at home, okay, we opted for this application. It is called Puppet Master. It is an application used to incorporate art and technology into teaching. So students can bring any image to life just by acting out in front of the camera or by using screen touch gestures. We also try to provide our students with sites where they can find a variety of stories to read. Okay? Now, during the COVID-19, I'm here going to talk about a new challenge we took this year. Mrs. Daly and I went through a new experience, okay, this year to ensure and support the continuity of the learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. What you have here in the screen is our Facebook page to keep in touch with our students and provide them with timely feedback. Our Facebook page is Tate Young Learners English Club, okay, where we post our work and our pupils also do the same. So we opted for this type of lessons. So these are some of the lessons we prepared during the COVID-19, during the lockdown, okay, using some tools like live worksheets and the H5P ICT tool. So you may see here some of the lessons we conducted together and we posted them on our Facebook page. So these are lessons conducted via live worksheets, ICT tool, and these are examples of lessons conducted by the H5P tool. What is special about these ICT tools is that they give us the chance to assess our pupils' work, since the students are going to mail their work to us and receive our feedback. And you know, assessment is really important. So they need to have feedback. They need to be assessed, okay? Now, we should all admit that these ICT tools are really important. They are fruitful and useful, okay, for both teachers and pupils. Yet, we have to admit that there are some challenges. Okay, I'm sharing the slide. What is it? What's the problem? Can you hear me? It's
Yes,
okay?
yes, the challenges. Good. It's the challenges
some of
slide.
the challenges are.
Yes, go ahead. We are following till the end.
Yes, please. I guess.
Yes, Mrs. Gurmati, go ahead.
She's got problems,
Mrs.
maybe.
Gurmati? Mrs. Daly, can you take over?
Let's wait for a while.
Okay. Mrs. Daly, are you listening as well?
She's not, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Gurmati? No, I think it's the end of the presentation. Maybe she still have one slide.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. She has almost dealt with all the slides and the different contents. No problem. We can move on. No problem.
I guess she's back. Mrs. Thoraya, yes, can you hear us? Hello? No, just for a second,
No,
and she
Thoraya.
left.
Connection as
Okay.
usual.
Yeah.
It's okay, Mrs. Zorgati. When she comes back, maybe she can have the
Yes,
final
sure.
words. You can just go ahead and.
Yes, I don't know. Shall I just wrap up or
Maybe before you do that, can we listen to some of the comments from the different participants?
Yes, please. Any question maybe or feedback or even appreciation or yes, please.
I think Mrs. Ben Abdallah tried to say something at one point.
Yes.
And
that is earlier when Mr. Riyadh was here, but I'm wondering if she's here now. Yes, Mrs. Farida? Hello? No, so Mrs. Farida is not with us.
Yeah, maybe she
is. Yes, she is. I can see her. Yes, Mrs. Farida.
Yeah,
hello.
Unmute your microphone.
Yes, I'm trying to. She must do that. Hello, Mrs. Farida. Just unmute your mic. Just click on it, and we can hear a voice. Yes. No. Maybe she's away, or I don't know.
Okay, Mrs. Zorgati,
Yes,
are you
please.
going to wrap it up at the end?
Yes, as long as Mrs. Thoraya and Mrs. Saida are not here. So,
no, there's a message. She has sent a message. She cannot join. Actually, okay.
Oh,
okay.
really?
Yeah, she cannot join.
Okay. Okay.
Now, maybe I have some comments before you wrap it up.
Okay, about Mrs. Thoraya Gomez's and Saida's presentation. Yes.
No, just about the whole conference.
Mrs. Zorgati and Mr. Kamal, I think Mrs. Farida Ben Abdallah is.
Okay. Yes, she can.
Kind of raising her hand. I'm not.
Yes. That's fine. We can hear you, Mrs. Farida. Yes, please go on.
Great. Thank you, dear colleagues, organizers. Thank you. I congratulate you.
I can't hear you well. Can you? Yes, colleagues, can you?
Yes. I followed all the presentations.
Good.
I really like them.
Thank you, madam.
I wanted to say something. Yes.
The voice is a bit fainted, Mrs. Farida.
Yes. I barely hear her.
You should shout like me.
Now you are shouting,
Please unmute, Mrs. Farida.
I learned that thanks to this conversation. This conference, I learned to shout. So.
Mrs. Ben Abdallah?
Yes, please.
I wanted to say, I want to add something. Mr. Koba has been providing training on ICT to teachers in SFAX for many years now. And he is creative. He really teaches in a creative way. And he presented this year, he conducted the demonstration lesson on the use of ICT in teaching a specific lesson for first formers, neighbors, about neighbors. And it was a successful lesson. I think he shared it on YouTube.
Yeah, we saw that.
Teachers, yes, saw that lesson.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I'm not going to praise only Mr. Kuba. I'd like to say some good words about the other teachers. Their presentations are really inspirational and inspiring, and that's good work, really. And I congratulate you, the organizers. Go ahead, that's good.
Thank you. That's all.
And thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome, madam.
More than welcome.
Our pleasure, Mrs. Farida bin Abdallah. It's our pleasure.
Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Thank you, madam. Okay, I'm wondering, Mr. Kamal, whether Mrs. Thoraya is coming back. Is she
No.
done with the presentation?
But she's facing a difficulty with the connection, the internet
Yeah,
connection.
so she can't
Anyway, and then she considers this as a challenge. That's fine. I congratulated her for the work. That's fine on your behalf.
Okay.
I think someone else is raising his hand. I think I could see only in Arabic.
Mr. Bassem. Mr. Bassem Rahmouni.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it's me again.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Welcome back.
I just would like to.
Good job, everyone. I want just to say that.
Yes, please. So the floor is for Mr. Bassem first. Yes, please.
Mr. Bassem, and then.
Okay. Mrs. Thoraya is back as well. So.
Hello.
Mr. Bassem. Yes.
Okay, if you want, we can leave.
Okay, Mr. Bassem first, and then maybe Mrs. Thoraya.
So back to Mrs. Thoraya. She's listening. Go on.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'd like to thank the honorable organizers for their effort to collect these pearls of teachers who are providing us with very important, let's say, insight into how to teach English using the PBL, let's say, and of course, the most important thing I think today is the networking, is to know teachers, and this is a very good opportunity to know colleagues that have got these experiences to share and to exchange ideas. For example, Mrs. Hajar Mohamdi, who I met during the Dari Edu, Mrs. Ahlam Ben Ali, who helped me start my e-twinning project. So I found a lot of familiar faces here, along with our inspectors that I'm familiar with. Of course, Mr. Habib Hussein, who is my current inspector, and Mrs. Kamira, who is our former inspector in the area of Al-Kif, and all the other inspectors. The most important thing I'm happy about today is to know people, to get to know these people. And I'm very happy that you are going to create a Facebook group page, which is very important to share ideas and to exchange it, to learn from each other. That's it.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassem Rahmouni. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Thoraya.
Maybe, yeah.
Yes, Mrs.
So
Thoraya.
With internet connection.
It's
and
okay.
This is in fact one of the challenges I have just mentioned. Okay.
Yeah. So that's happening now.
Yeah. Thank God this happened by the end of your presentation and not at the beginning.
Yeah.
Is there anything important you want to say, or maybe?
I think that I have mentioned all the challenges, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then you gave us a concrete example.
Okay. I want to thank you all for your time and attention. Thank you for this opportunity, dear inspectors. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your valuable presentations. I really learned a lot from your experiences. Thank you again for this nice first edition of the online conferences. Mrs. Daly, want to say something also?
Hi, thank you again for giving us this opportunity to share our thoughts with you, and hope see you in other conferences, hopefully. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I think we
Mrs.
have
Noha? Yeah.
Mrs. Noha
Yes,
Damaq.
Mrs. Noha, there you are.
Yes. So once again, I'd like to thank you all for organizing this conference. It was a dream, actually, to gather many teachers from all over the country, and I wish that this conference is going to be the start or the beginning of work that we can start something together, you, dear inspectors, and as teachers, and it made me really happy and delighted to know all these colleagues, and to hear from them, and to get listen to their stories, to their projects, and this will give us some hope to improve our skills, teaching skills, and to make a difference. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind words.
Yes, Mrs. Lama, you want to say something?
Mrs. Lama, you need to shout again.
I want to say many things, actually.
Great.
Can you hear
Okay,
me?
go on, please. Yes.
Well, I'd like to thank many people, if you allow me to do
All
that.
people.
Well, first of all, the staff of the General Inspectorate of Pedagogy of Education, of course, because they provided us with the institutional
yes
umbrella, if I can say so.
Yeah. Endorsing
Many
this
thanks also
project.
to the speakers. Yeah, sure. And all the speakers who shared their valuable work with us. They really inspired us with their impressive projects, to say the least.
Yeah.
Also to all the attendees